Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic this Friday. Plans today. We are going to abandon this. This guy is... I don't have the skills, is what I've come to the conclusion on, which is fine. And I realized a big part of why it was harder for me to admit that I just don't have the skills for this, as opposed to a lot of other stuff you've seen me work on, is this is inherently a coding problem. And turns out I'm a lot more prideful about my coding than I thought I was. Just to put it simply. And looking back at it, I should have realized earlier on, oh, this is just something I'm not as familiar with. There's going to be the potential that the time investment to reach the skill level needed to produce what I want is just going to take too long. That's entirely possible, and I should have been fine with that up front with myself. And I wasn't. So, given how small of an impact this is likely to have, versus part of this issue is a performance problem with the viewport, the sub viewports and the way we're using them. This has just got to go. End of story. And cut our losses. Actually, before I move that over into obsolete, first thing we'll do is document in that file that it's not going to be used anymore. And basically only go back to it if I've got a lot of extra time. So, but before we dive into all that fun stuff, let's do our startup. Oh, there's a new event going on in Wuthering Waves. It's kind of cool. It's sort of a play on an event that Genshin has done several times, where you pick certain buffs to give the enemies in a combat challenge. Something different that Wuthering Waves is doing that I don't believe Genshin has ever done with this style event is you have two different types of combat challenges. Let's call it the easy mode, where by completing them, you unlock new buffs to give to enemies. And I should mention, applying the buffs to the enemies is how you get higher scores and more rewards. I should be more clear. You unlock new buffs for the enemies in the hard mode. And so you can't maximize your unlocks on your rewards in hard mode until you've unlocked enough buffs for the enemies in the normal mode. Which, kind of a cool idea there. And I think you guys know that I love being able to unlock stuff. And I noticed while playing this event over my weekend that it tickled my brain the same way looking at a skill tree does. I love skill trees. And while it's not a skill tree at all, it's just a list, the graphical representation I really liked, and it gave me those skill tree vibes. And if Wuthering Waves ever lets us into the game, I'll be able to show you that. There we go. All right. Get the quick stuff done. I don't think there's any double events going on. Nope.
Why hesitate if you know what you want?
I'm actually ahead on the stuff I can farm daily. All right. In that case, what are we gonna run? Oh, right. We need to upgrade this weapon I got from the story. That'll do. I didn't even mean to dodge with that, but it worked. Oh, there's only two? Easy.
Transmitting frequency.
Time to get down my compliment. Running won't save you. Just still descend.
Useless idiots!
Can you keep up?
So easy. Will that be enough? Finish all the guidebook stuff. Oh no. Not even close. Oh, I can get 3 echoes out of these guys, probably.
Quickly and swiftly. Still recognize me? It's the beauty.
Okay, none of that. Oh, there's a guaranteed. Probably get 2 out of this group. Or not. Okay, RNG.
Watch out!
Very rude of you.
Ouch! My compliments. Running won't save you. Brilliance lights the way.
Seriously?
Quickly quickly and swiftly.
There's number 3. Oh, daily will get me there. And this is probably just a talk to a person and it's over. Easy peasy. Now, like I was talking about earlier, with learning to cut my losses, it is just amazing how big of a difference just being able to step away from the work for a couple days, how much of a difference that makes. And I suppose one bit of change I've noticed and something that's helped me is talking to you guys. And I don't know that I'm firm enough on this idea, this concept, to recommend it generally, but there's some sort of value in just literally saying out loud these things and talking about my process out loud, even if I wasn't streaming this. There's some sort of value there. And some of it is saying these things out loud sort of, it makes them feel more permanent. And what do I mean by that? So it's really easy when you're talking about yourself internally to sort of half-heartedly acknowledge the truth of a matter. For example, my level of pride in my coding. That to me is a perfect example. It's one thing for me to acknowledge that internally. It's a very different thing for me to say that out loud for other people to hear. And part of what I'm not sure about in this idea is, would it still work if I wasn't recording this? Would it still work if I wasn't potentially saying it to somebody? I don't know. But it's probably worth testing, at the very least. Like, when going over something that didn't work, or trying to improve on anything, maybe there's some value in literally saying the things out loud that you're thinking. But I don't know. I'm sure there's some very highly educated and skilled psychologists out there that are screaming, yes, this is exactly what you need to be doing, and or going, no, don't do that, you'll become crazy. For the record, no, I don't think something that simplistic a simplistic behavioral change like that will make you go crazy. No. Just making a joke. Okay. We're done with this. Yes. Yes. Pioneer. Okay, I will have to revisit this off stream. for spinning wave plate. That's fine. That's not what I want. Yeah, this thing's too difficult. I'm not doing that. 12 days, that's fine. 23 days. Let's do 1. Get rid of the notifications. I went ahead and cleared those over the weekend because they're pretty easy. Assuming you're paying attention, it should be fairly easy to get the maximum difficulty on these. Hey there, Zimius. How's it going? Glad to hear it. See, what is my daily challenge on this? Penitence End with a whole bunch of stuff. Joint Tactics, Singularity, Thunder of Bane. How do I... What? Wait, I have to beat Penitence End in order to unlock these dailies for Penitent... Oh, come on! That's silly! Fine. Do a quick win. Which one's this? Oh, yeah. What are we doing today? So, like I was talking about earlier, chat, Day is formally cut the losses on the fancy shadow shader because we found a simpler way to do things. And while I'm gonna lose some quality in one area, also realize we need to cut out the sub viewports because they just cause way too much of a performance drop. Yeah, like I've learned what the purpose of sub viewports really is, and I've known what it is, but I was convinced that us violating its use, no, that's not the right words, using it in a way it's not intended has a lot bigger consequences than I thought it would have. But with a technology like that I'm unfamiliar with, I'm gonna have to test it, or I know that I shouldn't use it.
Conception.
Oh, why didn't you switch?
Art unveiled.
We're all dum-dums? Indeed. Ah!
Leave it to me.
Oh, man, I am messing this up. There we go. Got it right that time. Good heavens. Oh, definitely did that wrong. Oh, no, I guess I didn't. I forgot that you can actually do her rotation in a couple different ways and it's fine.
The Montes. Quickly and swiftly. Surrender.
I did miss out on one of her abilities. Interesting. Okay, so you shouldn't do rotation the way I just did.
Transmitting frequency.
Now, this is one aspect of Wuthering Waves I don't really care for. It's that every character has a very obvious optimal rotation. I shouldn't say every character, but like 99%. Shouldn't say that either. 90% have very obvious, you have to attack with this sequence of skills. Otherwise, you're just losing out on damage. I learned today that 0.03 remesh with multi-res mod is very bad. I don't know what any of that means, but I'll take your word for it. For real. What? What? You know what? Let's just do this. Why not? Remesh recalculates how many vertices are in the model or are in a sculpt, and multi-res subdivides further. Okay. Trust me, I'm not going to understand you, and that's okay. Like we talked about on Friday, knowing your limitations is very, very, very important.
Witness the art's true form. I'm so tired.
Woo! That's some damage!
My compliments. Running won't save me. Is that it?
Woo!
The stage is set. Victory favors me.
These guys are scary! Then again, I did turn on all of the difficulty modifiers I have access to.
Quickly and swiftly. Administering first aid. Appear before
Ooh.
Capture the spirit.
Wagon, indeed! Woo! I dodged. Oh god.
My compliments. I'm still standing.
Nope, 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 nope.
Glory demands more. Masterpiece complete. Improvise.
Woo! What just happened there?
appear before
Okay. Ultimate. Switch. Skill.
Brilliance lights the way. Victory favors me.
Knockdown, so I can just wail on him. Good. Holy cow. Still way easier than the one mode I talked about earlier that I wasn't doing today. But, whoa!
Where this encounter will take us.
Little weird that I wasn't able to add both of these. Monster Hunter Stories 2 is so good. I enjoyed that quite a bit. For whatever reason, the end game of that did not grab me. And I don't think it was bad end game, it just didn't grab me. Too difficult? I normally do not shy away from difficulty. I don't think that's it, but maybe it is. Who knows? Lots of one-shots if you don't avoid. I remember that. Yeah, I guess part of it was I didn't find building, like, perfect monsters to be that compelling. And that game has a couple instances of very clear quality control issues. I'll briefly talk on that since we're done with startup. Like there's one system in particular in Monster Hunter Stories 2. Monster stats. Let me see if I can also get a picture of this. Okay, so within the context of monster stats for this game, open image in new tab. Just a second, I gotta hydrate. What is going on today? Oh. Just a second, chat. Okay. So down here you've got a table where you can socket in passive skills. And I'm not going to talk about how you do that. Just know there are passive skills you can build onto your monsters that you get to customize what goes where. And part of this is you can enhance specific elemental types. Very, very cool. Well, they implemented a system where if you enhance an element, let's say that the monster is not naturally good at, it will change the color of the monster. So like here, we've got a Ludroth that has these cyan dots that I believe it doesn't normally have. That may be a bad example, but point is, the color of the monster will actually change. Thought that was only in Monster Hunter 1, not 2. Interesting that you should say that you didn't realize it's there. Because most people don't realize it's there because as you level up, it disappears. So, if I put, let's say, and it also doesn't apply to all monsters. It applies to most, but not all. Here's an excellent example of a recolor. So this might be an example of taking, I don't remember what this monster's called, but regardless, it's normally good at electric, maybe ice, and they've built one that's good at fire. So its fur turns orange and a few other cosmetic changes. That's really cool. However, what color variation you get on a monster is based entirely on current stats. It's not based on what you've enhanced. So, I build all these passives for boosting fire damage, let's say, in order to create this monster. Well, as he levels up, he naturally gets higher damage increases to electric. So at some level, the color change is going to revert. And in the process of getting to max level, literally all monsters will have their cosmetic changes revert, which is baffling. I think this one might actually be just from Monster Hunter Stories 1. Yeah, it looks like it's from Monster Hunter Stories 1, not from 2. That's dumb. It's very dumb. It's very clear to me that when they developed Monster Hunter Stories 2, there were different teams given different projects, and they just never spoke to each other on various features. Which is just... wow. Like, you can do that, and there's some value in having teams that don't talk to each other. Because it means you're not going to get cross-contamination of certain ideas, which can force development of new ideas. That said, it's a very dangerous tool to use because of these problems. So if you're going to organize your teams, and this is not me just talking nonsense, this is me having worked in very big companies and seen this happen, what you want to do in those cases is hire specific people that handle knowledge transfer between groups. And those people need to be intimately familiar with all of the groups that they connect, and they need to be very skilled in deciding what information does and does not need to transfer. So, there you go. Yeah, keeping developers insulated can yield good results, but it's so dangerous if used improperly. Horse chat. I love sharing this info. I wouldn't even try. So the problem with not separating your developers to some degree is you get very set in your ways as a company, where certain ideas take hold and you stop experimenting. And that is the death of a company and a development group as well, for a few reasons. One, if you're not experimenting and coming up with new ideas, you're falling behind the competition in the market. Second, you're going to bore your developers. Developers are typically one of two types. There are, in my experience, there's the creative types that love just trying new things. And then there's the optimizers. There's the people who love getting into code and making it the best it can possibly be. Well, both of those types, if they haven't had their outlook on development just crushed, they're going to get bored if they aren't allowed to experiment. Like, the creative types, they want to try new things and experiment with that. The optimizers want to try testing optimizations. And you don't let them do that, you'll end up with either developers that lose that drive, in which case they continue to work for you forever, you get no new ideas out of them, and it's just sort of same old, or they leave. I think leaving is the far less tragic outcome there, but there's kind of your options. And then there's the very, very, very rare sort that will stick with your company and try to soldier through and maintain their creative drive. Those are so rare, and it's really a matter of time before they break down, not a matter of if. So it's a question of, will they break down and stop caring or leave before you as the company let them start trying to improve things? And I know there's people in chat right now going, well, yeah, all this should be obvious, right? It's not. There's so many companies with managers and executives that don't understand these simple aspects of humans. And I guess part of it is when you get to a certain level of separation from the work that's being done, it starts to be very easy to just view it as work output, and that's it. Yeah, I've only known, let's see. I've only worked in one place where I truly believed that the executives felt I was a human. And what's so fascinating about the example I'm thinking of, in that company, I wasn't even a full-time employee. I was a contractor. And I felt like I was treated as more of a human than anywhere I've been a salaried employee. Like, you'll see, let me pull up a good visual for this. Company town hall meeting. Let's see if there's a good visual for this. Oh yeah. Oh, I know you guys have been to these. Anyone who's worked in a company has been to this style meeting. Oh. And you probably hate it. So, not gonna say what game, but I've seen a game where 90% of the dev team just left. Yeah, that can happen. That's what happens when you don't, on some level, cater to the desires of creative types. Because creative types need to be creative, or they, like I was saying earlier, the creative person in them either dies or they move on. They fizzle out. It's not even fizzle out. It is like, I've seen developers where their creativity and the developer in them just dies and they become a cog in the machine, and it is so sad. But what I was going to say about this style meeting, where you got, your CEO up there talking to the company, and 99% of the time, the ones I've seen that I've been to for this, and like I've got years and years and years of going to these meetings, inevitably the CEO, the COO, who's ever talking to you is probably not being honest. They are there and conducting this meeting not to keep you informed and keep you invested in the company. No. They are there to try and shift your perception so that you keep working as a good employee. And there's no reasoning beyond that. And it's so obvious when you have an employee in the audience that asks questions that the COO or CEO or whoever's talking doesn't want to answer. Great example. I had I think that was the VP of development for the company. No, I don't remember what his role was, but he was like really, really high up. Something like a step below chief operating officer, stuff like that. And he came to talk to us, and like it was a scheduled quarterly meeting, which, by the way, guys, unless you actually want to have involvement from your employees at all levels, don't have scheduled meetings for that stuff, because it's just going to annoy the employees that are actually smart. Anywho, he was bringing up how we were having all this growth and we were having all these record profits. And then an employee who was disgruntled at the time raised their hand and asked, "So you're talking about all this growth and all these profits. So when is the hiring freeze going to stop? Because we're understaffed." "Oh, we'll talk about that afterward. Reach out to me after the meeting." What? Like, it was so obvious in that moment that this person was not here to share this information with us in the hopes that we'd be invested and use it to better the company. No. It was there to stop us from quitting. That was the only reason we had this meeting. Yeah, so from that moment on, I just sort of understood that these are a waste of time. That they only exist there to try and better control employees. However, there was one place I worked at where I was a contractor that there was a meeting like this with the higher ups. It was not scheduled. And we actually had a few of these where there was a pretty serious situation going on at the higher levels. And in most companies, if there's a serious situation going on, you will never hear about it. You might hear about it in rumors. But for someone high up to call a meeting, impromptu, to tell us about a problem going on higher up, and just tell us the information straight up. No fancy language, no reframing to try and make it sound better than it was. No, it was just, here's what's going on. Here's what we need you all to do, because this is a delicate situation. I can't say too much more because it'll become really obvious who I'm talking about in my past, and that could be a big legal problem for me. But suffice to say, they were just upfront and they told us every aspect of what was going on, because we had heard this, that, and the other, and there were some moral considerations, some professional, ethical issues going on, and they just essentially pleaded with us, give us the next couple weeks to resolve this in a positive manner. That's all we're asking for. And the fact that they were willing to talk to us on that level made it, I don't know about everyone else, but for me, I was instantaneously on their side. Like, okay, you've come to me hand in hat, you've put all your pride aside, and you've told me, here's the situation, here's what we need from you. And my response was, of course, I didn't have to say anything, but like internally, my response was, I will do absolutely anything you need for this next 2 weeks. Absolutely anything. And at that point in my career, I was already very jaded by big companies. So for that to reach me the way it did showed me that there is an effective way to communicate between management and lower level employees. I feel like people are so reasonable if you just tell them the truth. Some yes, some no. Part of why I think it worked so well at this company is the standard of employees is higher, was higher, and probably still is higher than any other company I've ever worked at. What is it? What is the law? It's basically the Pareto distribution applied to workplaces. I don't remember how to spell it. Pareto distribution applied to workplaces. Yeah, they call it the 80-20 rule, but it's not quite accurate in workplaces. So, in workplaces, it's generally true that the square root of the number of employees you have will be the people who do half of the work. Okay? So, what does that mean? So, for 4 employees, okay, square root of that is 2 employees do half the work. Great, that seems perfectly reasonable, yes? Okay. What about if we have 9 employees? 3 employees. Here, let me just do this, since I'll be writing this a few times. Okay, well, so we hired 5 more people, but now only 3 of, like, 1 more of those people is highly productive, and the rest are really not that productive. Well, that's troubling. Alright, well, maybe 9 is a fluke. Maybe that's just a weird statistical thing. Let's scale it up. Okay. 25 employees. What do you mean only 5 of them are doing half the work in this company? So, this is not an issue where companies are hiring bad employees. This is just the natural state of the universe. So the takeaway from this should not be, oh, they need to fire those 20 employees. No. That is not the answer here. The answer here is this is just a natural cost of doing business. And you can do things to offset this. But you're only going to deviate from this norm very, very slightly. The company I'm talking about was able to deviate quite significantly, where I would say roughly half of the employees did 2/3 of the work there, which that's a miraculous ratio. That your least productive 50% of your employee base is still doing 1/3 of the work for your company. That's unheard of at the scale this company was working at, because they had, hundreds of thousands of employees. And that doesn't even include the contractors for this company. It's baffling how they were able to do that. And a big part of that was they had unique aspects of their hiring process. They had one of the most unique ways of getting promoted within the company I've ever seen. The requirements for certain roles, some of them I thought were nonsensical, but I can't argue with the results, right? Like, it was baffling what they were able to do, and it flies in the face of basically all statistical analysis of corporate workspaces. But, like, let's scale this up. So right now, 5 employees, so 20% of your employee base is doing half of your work. Okay, that's not good. It doesn't sound good, but it's not tragic. But when you really scale this up, 100,000 employees. Or do I want to do 100,000? No, let's do 1 million. Okay, so once your company has 1 million employees, well, that means .1% of your employee base is doing half of the work of the company. And this is part of the reason that when you've seen companies get gutted, they can maintain their productivity, is because you have this where, okay, I can reduce my number of employees significantly while not having a massive drop in productivity. So we have this ratio. Okay, well, what happens if I just cut myself down to 10,000 employees? Okay. And let's assume equivalent productivity between the 1,000 and whatever number we're going to come up with. Which the numbers I'm about to throw out are really fuzzy, so don't worry too much about the specifics. Okay, so 100 employees. You've got, let's say the work output of this 1,000 is 10 times this 100. Okay, it's probably not true, but let's just pretend for now. Okay, so, and we've said that the rest of the employee base is doing the other half of the work. Okay, so this is what? So we got 2/10 of this. Oh wait, I guess because it is just, never mind. I thought I was stumbling onto something interesting, but I'm really not, am I? Yeah, never mind. I really thought I was stumbling onto something interesting, but no, I was just about to say, oh look, the number is, oh yeah, the number is just divided by 2. Blah 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 blah. But when companies get gutted and they maintain productivity, typically what's happening is you've got a situation like this. You dumb though, so it's okay. Yeah, there's some statistical analysis I could do here, but it'd be too much thinking and too much time to really get into. Point being, they get rid of the least productive people in the company, or they try to when this happens, and you're left with at least half of the productivity that you had before. Okay, well, if your productivity is, let's even say it drops down to like 40%, so less than half. Well, what have you done to your costs? You've divided your costs by 1,000. Now that's not quite accurate because typically your most productive employees, assuming you're a decent company, you're going to be paying them more than your other employees, but let's assume you're paying them something like double or triple. Okay, the way the math works out, you're still cutting your costs down by like 80% in this example, if you fire all of the less productive employees. But you are going to lose that productivity as well. So you have to decide as a company, what percentage, like this is a square root ratio, so what percentage of your employee base are you willing to have be less productive in order to meet certain productivity metrics? Because a 1,000 employee company, no matter how great those 1,000 employees are almost certainly never going to have the productivity of a 1,000,000 employee company. Just because even the worst employees that you hire are still doing something typically. Otherwise, you wouldn't have them working for you. And in the 1,000,000 employees situation, that 1,000 employees that's really good is still there. Like, it's not an or situation, it's an and. So you're having those highly productive people and these less productive people. And you've got to figure out what increases in costs are you willing to tolerate to increase that productivity by a marginal amount. And for a lot of big companies, they're willing to, like, the reason they're big is because they decided for their market that it's worth having those less productive employees. Oh, this is the Twitter file. I don't want to modify that. There we go. Whoops. I meant to put that in running notes. Anyway. Okay, so back to this guy. Or rather just keep it small and dedicated. Quality over quantity for me. So depending on your business, more employees does not necessarily mean lower quality. Example, manufacturing. Okay. The amount of work that you get out of your most productive employees can be targeted toward research and development. So that's typically where quality comes in. Whereas production line work, there's only so little work a person on a production line can be doing before they're just not working. Anywho, what I was looking at here, I was testing all kinds of different stuffs. Oh, but there are diminishing returns, I believe, in most cases. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Again, for certain types of jobs, assembly line jobs being a prime example, more people is just going to mean more productivity to a massive degree. And the quality, yeah, an assembly probably. Now, obviously, there are bad employees in anything. That's not what I'm talking about. Like, assuming you are firing bad employees that are actively hurting the company, this is pretty universally true in those jobs, that they just help you. So, one thing we're ditching is this sync shadow way we're doing it here, because turns out that Godot really, really hates viewport textures being used in shader. Really, 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 really hates it. What about in game dev? So this is one reason you want to have smaller teams. It's an attempt to break this relationship, or I deleted it. Anyway, the square root relationship. The idea behind it is that because you have smaller teams, it's just the square root of the number of those teams being the productivity of those teams. I don't believe that's actually the case, though. Because it's also that, like, that same relationship also applies to the teams as units. So if you have, 9 teams, 3 of those teams are going to have the productivity of the other 6. That's just the case, generally the case. So in game dev, I really think it goes back to what I said before, where it's how much money are you willing to spend for output increases. And in the case of game dev, more output generally means more quality. Because assuming a fixed release cycle, if you have more employees to do more work, you can get more work done before the release date is up. Thus, you get more quality in that time. That's the idea. But the amount of money that you need to invest to get ever smaller increases in quality within a fixed time frame grows exponentially, like we just saw with the talking about the number of employees. And so for your project, and publishers do this all the time, they look at, okay, how much money over what time frame am I willing to invest to get a certain level of quality? Because assuming you're taking 2 years to produce a game, well, 500 people working on that project will almost certainly be able to produce higher quality than 2 people working on that same project. Now, given infinite time, then sure, go with a 1-person or 2-person development team. Sure, why not? But we don't live in a world where we have infinite time. So, how are we fixing this bad boy? First thing, anything that uses a sub-viewport texture is gone. Ask away. But I'm gonna be working while I go back and forth with answering. So this guy doesn't have a texture right now. That's fantastic. Please. How to get rid of that. Good, good, good. And then you up here. Oh, right. Offset was an issue. I forgot that the viewport is also fixing the issue of offset. Well, that's a pain. Huh. Maybe if I set the... CPU particle emitter, yeah, I have to use that because of the Y, making them protrude outward. What you say is true. Why do AAA companies produce such bad games compared to indie devs? Because there's a lot more variables than just number of employees. Just leadership things, or is it because their company is so large that everything derails? Curious on your answer to this. One, I've never worked in a development company, or a video game development company, so I don't have a frame of reference on that. feel like a 9-man indie dev team produces so much better results than any AAA game. Let's see. Elden Ring. 200 to 300 developers. Now remember, that's only developers. So, let's see. That many development staff out of 400 employees. I think it's probably true that about 400 employees were part of producing Elden Ring. I'm not sure that a 9-man indie team could have produced Elden Ring. Certainly not in the time frame that From Software did. I just don't think that's the case. Maybe I'm crazy, but I need to test this with color rectangle. Color rectangle can't test this. Of course not. Add right B. Why is it so giant? Good, it's sorting the way I want it to. Oh wait, I haven't actually moved this yet, have I? That's not what I want. Oh, I can probably just take this offset, apply it to the transform here. Arrgh. Yeah, that's part of what the sub viewport was fixing. The development team number for Baldur's Gate 3. That was also technically an indie company, just a weird one. I disagree. Because I don't think their company, Larian, meets the criteria that most people think of when they say indie company. Like, when people think indie development group, they think very, very small numbers, like under 50. Whereas Larian, over 400. Now, do they meet the technical definition of indie? I believe so. Because they don't have a publisher. I believe. Yeah, so they're self-published. And that, I believe, is the technical definition of indie. But It doesn't really meet the spirit of the term when you're talking in common parlance. Oh yeah, you did say technically. Yeah. Yeah, I think we probably need a better word for that. Like, I think self-published is a good term. Yeah, and indie also carries with it a connotation of they don't have any money to produce their game. If there was a AA dev company, it would be Larian. What does AAA? Oh, hush. Buzzword used to classify games produced or distributed by mid-size or major publishers. Yeah, so it's a general term that doesn't have a strict definition, but and that's kind of what I thought to begin with. First appeared in print. Grams. Oh, so it may come from the bond industry or the credit industry with bonds. You know, fair enough. Yeah. And I think that's probably a fair representation. Well, silly to you? Why? I think setting expectations is very important. So, if something is a AAA title, you should have certain expectations that come along with that, and that's how you determine whether or not expectations are met. AAA surely could have come up with a better name. It's just a name. Right, this is a weird behavior I've come across a few times with Godot that I don't really like. I want a way to say, sort this below the parent, but not Okay, so the sorting is doing what I want now with other objects. It's just not sorting the way I want it to internally between the two. So I think I've got to do a kind of bad thing that'll work, but I don't like it. Can I rename this guy? No. Oh, but if I were to do that, that wouldn't sort properly anyway. Why is there no way to give this an offset? Feels dumb. And if I just have this sort behind, that's going to look terrible. How do I do this without a sub viewport? Because I desperately need to get rid of the sub viewport. It's just tanking my performance. So make the child sort behind. Wait. What if I do this? Hold on, I can't test it in this scene, I don't think. With the ArenaNet as an LLC? What's wrong with that? Why? So I'll go back to why. Why is it surprising? So let me ask you, chat, what is an LLC? I see chat does not want to answer my question. Oh, wait. If I remember correctly, it's where profit... so you are answering that. It's shared evenly between devs or something? No. My company is an LLC. LLC, limited liability company, business structure that offers limited liability protection to its owners. And you are taxed on a pass-through basis. What does this mean? So, LLCs, you can only have a certain number of owners. Typically, LLCs are owned by one person. Now, an LLC cannot be publicly traded, so you can't have stocks. What this provides you is there's a cap on how much you can be sued for. Very, very good protection for a company that's owned by a single person. Because if a company messes up and there's a bunch of liability on the company, i.e. the owner, well, if there's only one owner, that can destroy that person's life for something that could be relatively minor compared to the consequence there. So, that's what this limited liability protection is for. Pass-through taxation means that you are the company is you. If the company has gains or losses, those are calculated in your taxes as gains and losses, meaning income. If you have a loss, you don't get taxed on losses, obviously, but any sort of gains, net gains, those are treated as income. And you report that stuff on your income tax returns. There you go. And of course, you got to do withholdings and all that stuff. And you're taxed as a self-employed person. So, like, the extra tax for being self-employed, yeah, you got to pay that. So LLCs are very, very, very attractive to a lot of people creating businesses, particularly small businesses, so that you don't lose everything as things go wrong. Okay. Next. Let's bring this guy over here so I can see how he is sorting. What? Oh. Reparent that. Okay, so that is working the way I want it to. Good. Excellent. Oh, and I should probably get rid of that. Yeah, no, it's fine. The color is a little bit off. Here. Oh, me. That's what I want. Copy. Paste. Clear that. Does that look wrong to you? Like, does it look like the protrusions are a different color? Because it looks a different color to me. Let's see something. Buddy. I think I'll just eyeball this. There we go. That'll work. Looks right enough. Plus, these are just a few pixels on the screen eventually, so... Like, this thing's so tiny compared to a lot of other stuff on the screen, people won't notice. Now... Sub viewport, go bye-bye. And explosion is fine where it is. Right. Not part of the scene. Now. Oop, that's not what it. Give it a synced shadow. Ooh. Okay. that gonna work the way I want it to? Yes. For the same reason the CPU worked. Okay, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Dude, this track just makes me feel so happy. It reminds me of a few games I played back in the day. Can't remember specifically what, but like it has a nostalgic feel for me. Actually, it kinda... I don't know if it was actually in the game. Harry. This was a very guilty pleasure for me to play for the longest while. It's not a very good game. But, given that it is dirt cheap, turn-based RPG, you fly around and interact with NPCs. Very cool aesthetic and combination of, I don't want to say different styles because I feel like the styles mesh really well in this game, but very, very cool. But yeah, for $7 at full price, and I'm willing to bet there's a sale that's gone on fairly recently that has it for like $1. Well, there's a sale right now for $1, apparently. Yeah. Oh, apparently it was 70 cents at some point in the past 7 months. But there you go, $1 for this game. Honestly, I wouldn't mind playing through that again as a break game at some point. Just to show off, like, you can make some pretty decent games really cheap. And I own it, so sure. Like less than a gig. And 3D turn-based RPGs are, I believe, one of the easiest ways to get a start in game development. Because turn-based RPGs eliminate a ton of the development that you would need to do. Like, for turn-based combat, most 3D models that you'll find, and I've learned this primarily through the past year of development, most 3D models are going to have everything you could possibly need, assuming they are animated. Everything you could possibly need to just throw them into a turn-based RPG. Like, they're ready. Very, very few models have everything you need for a full 3D action game. For example, one thing that's really, really good to have in a 3D action game is sideways walking, sideways running, a strafe. Well, that's not on most models. There are some, especially if you look for what's called a modular model. You will find such things, but dude, turn-based RPGs, you can make a compelling one. Like if you've got some good ideas for it, this is probably the easiest start into development for a video game. At least really, really close to the easiest start you can get. Let's scale you down first. Hold on. Shadow. Now, why are you sorting above? Like, why sort is enabled? What? I thought I made sure why sort was disabled. Oh, I had to re-enable it to get that. It's disabled at this level. Okay. I understand now. Okay, synced shadow. In order to get this to look the way I want, I need to get it into position so that it sorts behind that. Then use offset to move it down. There we go. Good. Actually, I can just look. What is the Y position on this guy? Well, so this one needs to be minus 13. Good. Offset. I think that's about right. Yeah, so the shadow is not going to have the same visuals as this guy, but guys, we've spent too much time on this thing trying to replicate that for like purely accurate shadows, and I just don't think it's worth it. I can maybe do something with the distortion effect. And so if there's enough movement, your eyes might be like, maybe. Let's give it the same refraction map as this guy. That'll at least help pair these things up. So 1010.035. Copy. It's just barely noticeable. Yeah, there's enough distortion there that your eyes can kind of go, maybe that's that shadow. Maybe. Yeah, I'm okay with that. But why? Why is it not wobbly like the other one? Like there's a slight wobble, but oh, it's there. The issue is by seeing the defined pixels here, it makes it more obvious is the issue. Okay. I'm curious, what happens when this really gets high? Oh, that's a different looking effect. Okay, so smaller makes it more wobbly. Bigger makes it more distortion-y, for lack of a better term. So I want somewhere in the middle. That's the look. That's the look. Oh yeah. Love it. Okay. That's our slime ball. That's what we're working with. Let's see how he behaves in game. Hopefully it just works now. Okay, big boy. Need you to clap. Oh, right. I forgot that I have him instantly dying. Oops. That's happening in boss base. It helps if you don't instantly kill the boss when you're trying to test their behavior. Just a bit. Hello, big boy. Ooh. What file are we in now? Ooh. Oh, yeah. Got a problem. We've got quite a problem. Okay. Man, I forgot how many problems the sub viewport was fixing for me. Man. Quite the pain. Because if I try to rotate this guy, it rotates like that. Woo! Which is, you know, not what I want to have happen. The shame there isn't something like self-rotation. Like, we got the idea of self-modulate, which is really, really useful. The shame there's nothing like that for rotation. Do I just get rid of the rotating? I don't want to. Maybe that's the best answer. So if I wanted to make sure I keep being able to rotate the way I like, what do I do to make that happen? Not entirely sure I can. One place to maybe try to put it is in the vertex. Is there something like a rotate? Go shader, rotate, vector, vector. Oh. You're just applying a standard rotation matrix. Wonder if you can do that with vertex code. I think I want to try it. Rotation matrix equal to, and that's just, this is a standard rotation matrix. Like, there's nothing custom or unique about this. Like, you can find this matrix in textbooks all over the place. Needs to go up to 360. Actually, let's just not give it a range. Does that work? Ooh. No! It's rotating about that axis. That's not the one I want. No! Why? There is a way to create a rotation matrix. It's not a rotation matrix. It's going to be a general transform matrix. Let's see, rotation matrix to rotate about axis. Mathematics Stack Exchange. Hello. Trying to swap my mind around, or to wrap my mind around it. This is a simple rotation matrix. Yes. In general, the result of rotating a vector v about an axis k expressed as a unit vector by an angle theta is given by the Rodriguez rotation formula. Not familiar with that, but that's cool. Stacking these results side by side as column vectors will give us the 3x3 rotation matrix that explicitly. So I think I just take this top left 4, and that's my matrix. I think. Huh? That's what I want. Pretty sure that's not what I want. So what is in? With rotation matrix, you can formula to compute the prime case of v being the standard basis vectors at a rotation matrix offset axis. To determine this is to say we vector that take 2D rotation matrix about a point. There we go. That should give me what I'm looking for. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry, chat. You're shifting your coordinate system, not the point, so you don't actually shift the point to the origin. You shift the origin to the point and then back. Well, that's actually... but not actually fixing. Come on, someone has to have solved this rotation matrix. Someone. Unless... What if it's literally as simple as this? Okay, what is the offset? I don't think that's right. Ah! I got it! Ha 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 ha! Math! Hi chat, how's it going? I really shouldn't be squeezing it into this shader this way. I'm kind of okay with it. Not what I want. Also, pretty sure I've got this backwards. Pretty sure that should be minus. I need to be plus. Because these are negative. Let me just make sure they still work. Yeah. Okay. Gonna be slightly annoying in the code, but what you gonna do? I'd love to be able to just put time in here. But might be too messy. Let's see what it looks like if I'm just setting the parameter every tick. Maybe it'll be fine. That's not right. So now, in theory, I can have the... Good. Float angle, rotation angle was that guy. Good. That's where it needs to be. Now, if I wanted to do something like have it rotate about a corner, I can do that. Yay! Yay! It works! And I actually did some mathy stuff with a shader successfully. Woo! Now, just gotta get that driving through the code. R ball shader. Shader material. There we are. Shader is equal to self.sprite.shader for material. And well, shader dot set shader parameter is going to be offset self.sprite.offset. Huzzah! Now that's fine. Get our rotation. Let's rotate this guy first. Rotation plus equals dot delta. Okay. Now we can cheat a little bit. Instead of trying to just figure out what the rotation should be, we have it stored here. And it's not usually the way you would do, but it does save us some time. Effort. So, all shader. Set shader parameter. Rotation angle. Set it this guy. Sorry, CPU particle emitter. I know we're abusing you a little bit, but I promise it's for a good cause. So, if I'm right, this should work. But when he claps, we'll find out. Whoa. Well, that was truly awful. Huh. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh, I know what the issue is. Yeah. Poopy. Okay, how do we get this? How do we get this squared away? First, gonna need to update that every frame or every tick. Right? X. And something to remember here, guys, for motion code, the order of operations usually doesn't matter a whole lot. So the fact that I'm setting the offset here versus doing the ballistic motion first and then setting the offset, then the rotation stuff, because the increments are so small, the approximation is fine. And it shouldn't be noticeable if I were to reverse the order of these things. Okay, so I'm setting the offset there. I need to also... I'm setting that rotation. Good. Let's come up with a formula for the relationship between these two positions. Position is 0. That's good. That simplifies things. It should probably just be -12. I reverse that. No visual change. Yeah, because we're talking about 1 pixel here, and the change was less than a pixel. Okay. Now, you... What is your position? Oh, goody. You're just located at the offset of the sprite. That simplifies everything. So we do the ballistic motion. And... U dot position is equal to right dot offset. The self. Okay, are you doing what I want now? I don't know what those squares are for. But the slime balls seem okay. Are they moving the way I expect them? Yes, they are. Good, good. We're still getting the annoying, like, shadows adding up that I don't like. But I don't think there's an option to fix that. Plus, we're not getting the stutter that we got before. That's cool. Right, let's figure out where. There you are. Found you. Huh? Oh. Pretty sure that was it. We're good now. I wonder. So, if I wanted to make the shadows consistent, like, actually, no matter what I do, I'm gonna get adding shadows. Yeah, forget that. Forgetting adding shadows. Nothing I can do about it. Reason I say there's nothing I can do about it, some of my shadows are baked into the sprites. And that's by design. And there's nothing I can do to make those not add up. Because the primary way that you do that is you add them as part of a canvas item group. And then any transparency or modulate you do on the group, which of course affects all the pieces. But I would be losing a whole bunch of functionality if I did that. Yep. Okay, that's fine. Okay. I think we're good on that guy. Think let's take a short break. Hey chat, anyone want to vote on what we're gonna do? Or have you guys zoned out? But you know, fair enough. We're doing really boring code stuff today. Optimizations. While I find optimizations very interesting, I know that I am in a very small group of people. Let's do... Let's see, Hollow Knight I've been starting and stopping so much I have no idea where we even are on that. Honestly, I don't want to do any of these as my break game today. Let's see if I can find just a random game in my collection. Worth it. Ollie Bridge is fun. What's some random game? We played through Short Hike already. That was a lot of fun. Though was absolutely strenuous on my voice. Ooh, I'm terrified to try any Star Wars games because, like, I don't even want to risk the wrath of Disney. I don't know. Since we haven't touched Witness in a long time, I could take a stab at that. Oh, I'm so out of practice, I've forgotten all the rules. You know what? No, let's just go simple. I'm not getting enough votes in chat, or any votes in chat. So let's just go with a game that I know I can go in, kill some monsters, and stop. Hey, Grim Dawn was made by an LLC as well. Cool. Yeah, generally speaking, if it's a company owned by a single person, you're talking about an LLC. Just because the advantages far outweigh the costs. The next more formal or big type of organization is going to be your S-Corps, which is theoretically, it's a way for small business owners to take advantage of the tax system and benefits available to corporations. That's generally
That skill's not ready.
what that's for. I forget. Does this game let me have multiple of these? Probably not yet. Right? No. Okay, one of each. Okay. Harbinger, Lighted Risk Scourge. think that guy's permanent. Okay. Also grab our buff. And I've got access to the Harbinger. Need to remember my build. Feels weird being a caster and relying on weapon skills. But that's how the game's built, where, at least at this stage, the best skills for damage purposes are weapon skills, and there are caster weapon skills. Can we upgrade these graphics at all? Because this game does not look the best right now. Try it. On high. Try some anti-struct filtering, but honestly, once you get above, at or above 1080p, it becomes very... It's just not that noticeable. Oh yeah, I was trying to find a checkpoint out here, but for whatever reason the game's like, no, no more checkpoints, ever. Remember, are greens worth it? Probably not. Yeah, I should stop picking up greens. Hello, Skellymans. Whoa. Calm yourself, buddies. So violent. Yes, I've already done this. Watch, I step 5 feet forward and get a checkpoint. Can I level these guys up at all? Lightning Bolt, do have 3 skill points. Yeah. Save me, pets. Okay. You know what? There's a lot going on with the audio right now. There we go. Not better. Yeah. Of course, no auto path. And I have a checkpoint. What is the best use of my skill points right now? All damage and total speed. That sounds great. Is this a passive or is it an active? This is active. Why am I not using it? Or maybe I am? Oh, buffs are automatically activated. Okay. Yeah, no, I should be putting points into this. Oh, that's a nice one. Give me all that damage. Hello, sir? Well, I'm glad to be getting some dead ends, so I have an idea of where I'm supposed to go. Oh. Oh, that is beautiful. Stormcrow, you're my favorite. Oh no, don't tell me I was at a checkpoint. Son of a gun. Of course I was. It's fine. Getting resituated is fine. Sure, I'll search for your elder. What's this? I mean, I'm already done. Fled west of camp. Thank you. I will save your family. You know, casters probably shouldn't be face tanking, but it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Let me take out the small one so the pets can focus the big stuff. Okay. Interesting there. Keep going, pets. I believe in you. Well, the game's being a bit too forgiving. Oh, right. Ooh. What you got for me? Don't care. Is there like a loot filter? There is. Ah, that's the auto loot button. But the loot filter. I know there is a loot filter. I remember it not being very complex though. Space. There. Bar. Where do you set up the loot filter? I know there's a way. Grim Dawn. How to set loot filter. Hey, I might have an answer. To options. Loot filter. I don't believe you. Where is this option? The left of health bar. What? Oh. There we are. My mastery. Yeah, I think I want to just hide greens now. I think I'm okay with that. It might be a bad idea. Also, can I increase the mini-map size? Because I don't love using the option. Space. Oop. Play. Oop. Bars. UI scale probably scaled up everything. I don't want it. Oh well. Let's go save whoever it is we're saving. Don't remember his name. Good. Whoa. Hey man, why you got a skull? Eek!
Can't do that yet.
Go. But I thought I said don't show me blues. I definitely said, or I said don't show me greens, right? Oh, right. This is like, if I recall, it's something like this is an OR logic. So if it's got stuff for, like if it's got any of these stats, it just says, go ahead and show these regardless, I think. So the fact that this has fire damage on it at all means it's going to go up. Good morning, still needs work. How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. I fixed up a lot of the performance issues. You tried stream a few days ago. You mean you were streaming? If so, very cool. How'd it go? Did all your dreams come true? Damn. Yeah, I should just pick this up. Just better. Just trying it out and now have OBS set up for game dev. Nice! Well, if there's anything I can help you with or show you from my setup, just let me know. I will be more than happy to do that. One such example is multi-stream with OBS, which is not the easiest thing to set up. I should say, not the easiest thing to set up while maintaining compliance with Steam TOS. Super duper cool. Yeah. Streaming is definitely a great way to keep yourself going with projects. You don't like Google's or not setting up YouTube? I'm not a huge fan of Amazon and the way Twitch is managed, but it is where the most active users are. Until you have a community. Once a community is well established, YouTube seems to be the better place. But for starting out a community, like if you're not doing regular videos on YouTube, like you're just not getting found. Which is very obnoxious. Like how they have software and dev. They have the same thing on YouTube. So the categories are almost irrelevant. Partially because once your video, once your stream ends, the video doesn't keep the category because it's not, I don't exactly know how YouTube does its categorization of videos, but the stream category is not part of their video category system. Like, videos are mostly organized by tags and stuffs. And I'll be frank, I don't know how to add tags. Like, I'm kind of the peak of the low effort streamer. Wait, how did I not find the guy? That's not great. That's fun. But where is, the Rover Elder? Like, I just went through this whole mine. Right? Ah, you said one of the naughty words. You said a naughty word. It's okay, I let it through. Yeah, unfortunately, there's I couldn't find any other words to filter to get rid of the swarm of bots. Like, that one seems to just be the only consistent one, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, I also recommend you add that to your disallowed words, as silly as it sounds. Well, I guess we found him. He's not the most lively fellow. Where we going? I would love to get a new checkpoint, but I have a feeling that I'm nowhere near a new checkpoint. Though I am loving this music paired with this game. It's amazing. Yeah, also just in general on the Twitch side of things, put in any banned words you want to not have said early, because even if you think that people are not likely to say them, they will. You would not believe some of the words that have popped up on my channel. In chat, that is. Then again, I guess you would still need work because you've been here the whole time. You would know most of that. Like the guy who was here to learn how to make naughty games. That was quite the day. And I just politely asked him to leave. Yeah, he wanted to make puzzles. Yep, that's exactly what he was trying to make. Uh-huh. I'm glad you remembered. Oh, chat. %. Oh, you're serious. No, that's not what he was asking about. No. And he just used all the words directly, didn't hide any of it, didn't use innuendo or euphemism. Nope, he just said all those words. And I'm like, well, you gotta go, bud. Whoa, what the heck was that? Bro just exploded me. Oh, that's one way to get back to the caravan. I'm assuming I don't care about the talisman. Let's go just a little bit further before going back to work. I am planning on this week to be taking it a little easier, because I definitely let myself get too stressed out last week with the work. And the worst possible outcome here is I get burnt out and just stop working on stuff. I want to make sure that just does not happen. Plus, there's stuff outside of game dev and outside of my company I need to be working on this week. You know. Now, obviously, my promise to do 3 hours a day still stands. So, the minimum stream length you're going to see this week is 3 hours. Bare minimum. Also, I'm thinking it may be time for a pure gaming stream at some point. Maybe this week. Maybe. Because it's been a while since we did a pure gaming stream. I want to go kill that wasp, but I'm also a little scared of it. Oh, right, I can get more damage. What am I doing? Come on, dum-dum. You're playing Wrench and that game needs work? Fair. Game-breaking bugs, my favorite. So, on the subject of game-breaking bugs, there's a whole community of people who play Pokemon that I was unaware of until recently, and I find it absolutely fascinating. That it's a community focused around trying to soft lock the Pokemon games. And I'm sure this applies to just games in general, that there are people that attempt to soft lock any game you can think of out there. And I find that just so interesting as a way to play games and a way to derive enjoyment out of games. That's so interesting to me. What is soft lock? So soft locking is when you get your game into a state such that it's not possible to progress. For example, there are situations in Pokemon Red and Blue where if you like give away your Pokemon, if you throw away all your money and do this, that, and the other, you won't be able to acquire a Pokemon that can learn Surf, and so you cannot progress. Notwithstanding trading from another game, of course. But that's one caveat within that rule set. And it's treated almost the same way the speedrunning community is in a lot of games, where you try to really work out where there are bugs for this, that, and the other. And I think it's just so cool. And so the main activity they do in that community is called lockpicking, which is where they try to break out of soft locks to prove that it's not possible to break out of a soft lock, therefore proving it is actually a soft lock. For reference, if it's possible to break out of a soft lock, that means it's not a soft lock. But the effort people put into lockpicking for these games is just astounding. And these basically tests that people are doing on these games explain why certain features were changed in later generations. So, for example, in Fire Red Leaf Green, you don't give the guard a drink from the vending machine anymore. Instead, there's a key item that you have to get for the guards in... I don't remember what the name of the city is, but it's like the central city in red and green. And because it's now a key item, it's no longer possible to soft lock yourself in those games. How much scrap do I have? I don't know. How do I see my scrap? Help. Games are hard. You know what, let's just... Got your... Wait. Wait. What? That's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do, no! Oh well. That was weird though, that like my options just disappeared. On the Japanese streaming channels, the conversation is oriented around trying to get the Switch 2. That makes sense. Nintendo is a big name in Japan. Way more than in the West. And that's not to say it's a small name in the West, but at all. Yes, this is Grim Dawn. Which Nintendo had a thing yesterday where people could directly buy and then the servers had too much traffic? Not surprising. Yeah, we're now in an environment where any sort of launch is just going to be fraught with issues. Just because there's so many people that have enough income to be able to buy these things at launch. You modded Grim Dawn so it became Diablo 2? Nice.
Keep your weapons where I can see them.
For a bandit fort. Cool. Are we done with this town area? And then everything shut down where the carts went empty and people could no longer access the server cart. One Japanese person was very upset. Not surprised. Woo! That was a lot of damage. Ooh, dynamite. Nice. I needed some dynamite. I guess I should be doing that, just blow everyone up before they can get to me. Cool. Weird little spot, but cool. Okay, that's one. Hello? My side? Stuff going on out here? There's nothing compared to what's in the mine. Why should I spare you?
Look, Crawley's gone off the deep end. Crazy with power from those green crystals. I've seen what he does in his inner circle, or with his inner circle. Takes them to a secret room where he plunges shards into their flesh. That's when I was sure I wanted out of this gig. I get it. You're here to end it. You're one of them good guys. But I can help you. Let's go and
Let us go? What do you mean us? It's just... Oh, I guess there is one other person there.
let us go.
And, where is it?
I'll tell you where he hides the big crystal. Then you can end this madness for good.
Sure. Should I let him go? Chat, do I let him go or do I kill these bandits? They did just help me find their leader, and they say they're giving up on this job, but they are bandits. So, chat, live or die, your vote. I got one vote for let him go. It's gonna be real funny if I get an even number of votes on both sides. And I got an I don't know. Okay. I guess we let him go. Get out of here. You better not go kill any townspeople. I'll be very mad. Angie Dum Dum? Indeed. There. Where's the next forge? I didn't think it would be that hard to find. Oh, I see a star. Ah, there we go. Okay. The Diablo 2 mod is like 7 gigs. Oof. And now that Diablo 2 Remastered is a thing, kinda loses its purpose as a mod. Kind of. Because you can dual class in Grim Dawn? Oh, fair enough. That does make it a different experience. Do the classes actually synergize though? Or is it just like you get to use... Oh, no, 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 no! No, don't die, don't die, don't die! Oh! I'm running. Okay. Got him. Oh good, we're circling back to town so I don't have to re-explore this next time. Amazons have some pretty potent attacks with Magic Missile. And then you got that one spell that makes your attacks be potent. Magic Arrow, there we go. I'm like, Magic Missile? That's not allowed. So, yeah, modding in games like this is such a delicate balance. We're okay. Not dying yet. There we go. That skill points. Something over here. This is one thing I appreciate in games like this, where there were a whole bunch of extra forges to make sure that even if I'm not 100% exploring like I am, there's no real risk of me missing stuff for quests. That is super nice. Can I? Really? I can't go this way. Okay. Well, game, you made me happy with you for one moment and then just tore that away. Very, very true, and they have done a pretty good job balancing. It's obviously not amazingly balanced, because you're adding a billion new things, but considering that, yeah. Balance is a ridiculously complex topic. And one of the things that I am dreading figuring out for my game, because I know I'm going to do a bad job at it, at least the first several times. And that's part of why I'm going to have to rely so heavily on playtesters. Story of game dev? Exactly. Hey, waypoint. My favorite. Which means I can teleport out of here and get back to work from what was supposed to be a relatively short break and turned into a multi-hour break, or an hour break, just about. At the earliest stages of playtesting are only going to be open to subscribers. But at some point I'll open it up to everyone. I've got to figure out the whole demo thing, though, as part of that. Wait a second. Is this where I needed the dynamite? It is. Let's do that real quick because it should be a quick path. Oh, Ghosty Goose. Subscribers of Kofi? Correct. Love building the weirdest builds that distort what people normally define the character. Yeah. That said, I don't plan on having my game be very difficult. I'm not sure where I want to cap the difficulty, but like I don't want it to be a game that people stress about being good at. Woohoo! You like doing things like taking a glass cannon, making them uber tanky? That's a choice. This was supposed to be a quick detour. Also need to remember to keep that buff on. Ooh, you guys are really strong. What is going on? Like, for not being elites, those guys were ridiculously tanky. But in this cave, please be a small cave, so we can be done with this side path and I can get back to work. That does not look like a small cave. Is this part of the big mine system? Some people argue that since I played League of Legends that I'm a sweaty player. I never actually played Summoner's Rift. It was only ARAM, and I never really cared for ranked indie MOBA. I was the same way. For my time in League of Legends, however short that was, and my time in called Smite, I basically only played ARAM. There was a time when I got slightly sweaty with Smite. But even then I wasn't playing ranked. Ranked is just not something that interests me. Redefining meta is a tall claim, dude. Like a big claim. There's only one game that I can say I briefly shaped the meta for one class. That is Guild Wars 1. I had theorized a build that was all designed around teleporting yourself into enemy bases and just exploding. What is going on? What is this damage? Okay, we gotta stop. We gotta stop. Stop. Own my pets so they're around, but at least pause. Figure out what our next task is. So this guy we're throwing into obsolete. Oh wait, I've said I wanted to document that. Also, fix performance issues with slime ball. Okay, and we're gonna just describe this here. Ultimate fix was to reduce shadow quality and remove sub view. Rule of thumb. If the scene will not live for at least a couple minutes, don't use a sub. Tank Blank, AP support, Lee Sin, Valley, Velios. Yeah, the my main character when I wasn't doing ARAM in League of Legends was AD Janna. and I had so much fun chasing people down with AD Janna. Microsoft is so annoying. They keep trying to advertise Avowed to me. Yeah. ADC Yumi? I don't know what Yumi is. I barely remember what Janna is. Scene will not live. That's don't use sub you. That's fair. I'm just gonna throw this over here. It'll get merged. Yeah, I can understand. Oh, I mean, just imagine how people reacted to a support like Janna being played as an ADC and wiping the enemy team. Just imagine that and how people reacted. And yeah, because for those who don't know, Janna is a support that part of her kit makes her move faster than any other character. And that is to help her reposition for better supporting. But ADC, meaning attack damage carry, all of her kit gets shifted into doing damage with her basic attack. So you end up with a character that is the fastest on-ground character, period, with a ranged attack that's doing a lot of damage. Yeah, it was very broken. I'm pretty sure she got nerfed into the ground for ADC purposes. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just impossible to build her that way, practically speaking. Yumi was the same way, but the difference is she can jump onto allies or untargetable. Ugh. Sounds similarly cheesy to Arachne back in the olden days of Smite. I misspelled that. So, back in the day, her ultimate was a medium long range grab that could grab through terrain. So she's a jungler. You're roaming the map constantly and you just pull an enemy out of lane. She was one of my favorite characters at the time, but they got rid of her ultimate entirely in that regard. She now has this like movement ability as part of her ultimate. It sounds fun. Oh, it was so much fun. I mean, just imagine combining like a Blitzcrank with I don't know, who's a great assassin? I did ADC Blitzcrank. But pair Blitzcrank with the ability of having a major stat buff or a major buff, active buff on one skill. The ability to set up traps that you can then grab enemies into yourself, and a really, really strong slow effect. All of that paired together. So like, basically what it meant is if Arachne knew what they were doing, you win. Period. Like if they really knew what they were doing and you didn't have someone constantly following them and harassing them, Arachne's team would win. Now the one weakness she had was absolutely zero escape. Like, if she was being chased, sounds like so much fun. It was. But like I said, if she was being chased, that would shut her down almost entirely. particularly if two people started chasing her, or at least heavily aggressing the jungles. Then you'd be in serious trouble with her. But yeah, no, it was just too unbalanced. And I can understand why they got rid of it, but oh man, it was so much fun. With ADC Blitz, Essence Reaver, an enhanced attack proc on top of the enhanced attack from E ability on top of crit. Yikes, yeah. This was on by default. Show me the Windows welcome experience after updates, and occasionally when I sign in to highlight what's new and suggest at the bottom for what you want. How obnoxious. Indeed! Yeah, no, the fact that Windows is allowed to override your selections on your preferences and settings is wild to me. And some of the stuff like that is not allowed in other countries. So, for example, I believe it's the Internet Explorer being installed by default. If you buy a PC over in Europe, it won't have Internet Explorer installed by default. Like a Windows PC will not have IE installed by default. Which I think is pretty cool. Gotta grab your PC from Europe now? Basically. You mean Edge? No. I'm talking about Internet Explorer. I imagine the legislation applies to Edge as well. But I'm specifically talking about Internet Explorer, which, for those who aren't aware, even in modern day, your PC still gets Internet Explorer. I don't think that was ever actually taken away. Yep, and you can enable it in Windows features. Right, let's document this right now before I forget again. Fancy Shadow. Abandoned. Abandoned. Abandoned code. Vader. Clearly is too complicated. Me right now. Only consider revisiting if there is ample extra time and you become a genius of UV use in shaders. There we go. How's that for a comment? Every 3 seconds you basically insta-win. Ooh. With support Lee Sin. This is one of my more colorful comments. Only work on this if you're a genius. Alright. You know, and maybe it's possible that someday I have an epiphany and UV just starts making sense to me. Like, I had this happen with C# development and object-oriented programming. For the longest time, I struggled with C# and more generally object-oriented stuff. And at one point, I had a development lead who said just a couple sentences to me that rewired my understanding of object-oriented programming. And like everything just clicked. And I progressed like 3 to 5 years worth of experience in a couple days. Had that happen with ArtGAD. So big breakthroughs like that are amazing. And this is one of those things that I'm going to need a breakthrough in how I conceptualize UV and shaders. And until I have a breakthrough like that, working on this is just not an option. And that's okay. Someone said 2 sentences to you and your mind was blown. Fair. That happens. That absolutely happens. Now, let's break this. So that I can check anywhere it's being used right now. Because if it's being used, I need to remove it. I think I know the only place it's being used right now. Whoa, what's wrong with... Oh, I guess, yeah, they're fine. It just looked a little funky. The shadows on the slimes always looks a little weird to me. Anyway. Your art improved like 5 times more in a day than it was in the past 6 months. I get it. And the thing to remember though, when that happens, like, it can really feel like you wasted 6 months, but that's not what happened there. You built up a lot of experiential knowledge during that 6 months, and also probably a lot of academic knowledge in that 6 months. And then that day where you were told those 2 sentences, it shifted all those pieces into place in your brain. A lot of people, when they get big moments like that, they'll feel as if though they've wasted all that time where they weren't understanding. That's not what happened there. It's just you have those moments where something clicks, and it's like a domino effect. It's a cascade of things clicking into place. You did feel that, but knew it wasn't the case? Yeah, and it's so important to recognize that you probably needed all of that lead up in order for the things to be able to click into place. And if you'd had that person say those things to you 6 months prior, maybe it would have sped your development up a little bit. But probably not nearly as much as you think. I think maybe 10% faster. In my case, though, I had some misconceptions about object-oriented programming based on misreading of some documentation early on when I was teaching myself. And what had happened is that had been baked into my understanding at a very low level for years. And part of the issue was there's a lot of, and this probably applies to a lot of fields, but especially in object-oriented programming, there's a lot of terminology that is not really explained. And it's all explained with other technology and industry-specific terminology. My problem was I was trying to brute force things that were incompatible with my style of learning. Fair. But something more general I want to hint to get at is you will come across things where in an industry or in a technology or in any sort of field where there's like a giant dictionary of terms and they all just sort of reference each other. And object-oriented programming is one area where this happens a lot in a lot of documentation. The problem is, if everything is circular, you have nowhere to enter. So not calculator, paint. Like you've got term A that is used to define term B, which is used to define term C, which in turn is used to define term A in relationship to C. So if I'm new to this whole concept, this whole field, how do I get started? Because I go, okay, well, what is the definition of A? Well, it says I need to know what C is to properly define A. Okay, well, I need to know, so let's look up C. Okay, well, in order to know C, I need to know B. But then in order to know B, I need to know A. So there's no base definition for me to break into this field. And for me, with programming, the way I need to break into a concept is I need to know what happens at runtime. If you can explain to me what a programming thing does at runtime, I got it. Problem is, almost all organized lessons about object-oriented programming stuff never, ever breaks it down into runtime operations, which to me was infuriating. Because in a very literal sense, object-oriented programming and high-level languages in general are just a lot of nice syntactical flair for something happening low-level. Like, you've got even the concept of an object. Well, when it comes to runtime, objects aren't really a thing. Even the concept of a low-level built-in type, like a float, isn't really a thing at runtime. And I needed that. It's not, no. So a float at runtime is just some 16 bits. I think it's 16. How many bits is a float? It's either 16 or 32. 32 bits, sorry. Thought it could vary? Nope. 16 floating point numbers are always 32 bits. Now, you don't need to know when you're writing code how that's stored down at the low level. But having an understanding that it is stored in that way can help you understand what it means, right? And the whole point I'm bringing this up is for the higher level concepts, things like what is object inheritance? Well, if you don't break down that, in the case of object inheritance, that the compiler just attaches all those properties and functions of the parent to the child when you make an instance of the child. Like, I needed that explanation. I needed to know what the compiler was doing with the concept of inheritance. And all the documentation just doesn't say that. Like, let's look at object inheritance in C#, let's say. Okay. So here is how we're going to, like, if you were studying C# and you just want to know how inheritance works, you'd probably end up at this article. And the question is, okay, what is inheritance? Inheritance, together with encapsulation and polymorphism. Okay, those are two words I don't know, so we have to figure out what those are. But let's put a pause on that before we learn those words. Is one of the three primary characteristics of object-oriented programming. Inheritance enables you to create new classes that reuse, extend, and modify the behavior defined in other classes. Okay. I don't really know what that all means. Like, what does extend mean? Because I'm guessing it probably doesn't mean make longer. Modify the behavior of other classes. Okay, I kind of get what that means. Like, you can have a class, then you inherit from that class to change something. But there's a few different ways I could read that, right? So I could read that as, if I inherit from a class, like if I have class A and class B, and B inherits from A, well, modify behavior defined in other classes. Okay, well, if I create B that inherits from A, and then I put something in there to modify things, well, does that modify A? Because the way this sentence is written, it could be read that way, which is incorrect. Reuse stuff from A. Okay, well, now I need to know syntactically what does that mean. So if I have a child class, can I do things like so b.a.function? Is that how I access that? No, that doesn't work. But notice the issue here is we're not getting anything solid to work with. The class whose members are inherited is called the base class. Okay, we have a term that is actually properly defined. So we have a base class, and we have a child class that inherits from it, or a derived class. Class that inherits is called a derived class. Great, awesome. We actually have definitions of terms. Derived class can have only one direct base class. Well, that's true in C#. That is not true in all languages. Multiple inheritance is what that's called in other languages. However, inheritance is transitive. What? So, meaning if C is derived from B and B is derived from A, that means C inherits the members declared in B and A. Okay, what does inherit mean? This to me is a wild thing, that part of the definition of inheritance uses the word inherit. What does it mean? Like, if I give you a new word, Hamburgerflippet, okay? And I tell you, okay, Hamburgerflippet is a entity that Hamberdles the Flippets. And Hamberdles are things that Flippets. That Hamberdles are things that Flippet, and Flippets are actions possible by Hamberdles, or whatever I said. Okay. I haven't given you any words outside of this circular referencing in order to have any idea what these words mean. So using the term inherit to define inheritance is baffling from a teaching perspective. You had that issue with art too? Yeah, it's so wild to me that how bad people in general are at explaining things. Like, especially when this is authored by Microsoft. Like, the .NET framework is your baby. You should be able to explain it in a way that is approachable. But let's see, and who's the contributor here? Okay, Bill Wagner. I actually know that name from somewhere. Yeah, this guy's all over the place on C# and .NET documentation. And, like, he knows his stuff. But his ability to make this approachable is very limited. And actually, there was somewhere else in here. Yeah. So notice, a class whose members are inherited, blah, blah, blah. The class that inherits, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's literally no words in here that are not inherit. Like, if you're a junior, like if you're just approaching this field of study, what do you do with this definition? You can't do anything with it. So let's see if we can get something a little more useful by scrolling down. Conceptually, a derived class is a specialization of a base class. What does that mean? I don't understand. So, if I have a base class animal, you might have one derived class that is named mammal, and another that is reptile. A mammal is an animal. A reptile is an animal. But each derived class represents different specializations of the base class. Okay, so I can kind of get to the idea that a derived class is more specific than a base class. Okay. But what does that mean in code? Like, how do I write that? And what advantages do I get in writing that? But before I get that, any sort of explanation on that, oh, we're bringing up interfaces. Even though there was a note up here that brought up interfaces, we're going to ignore that for a second. Interface declarations may define a default implementation for its members. Okay, what's an interface declaration? What is that? I already need to go look up a completely different word. I need to read through an article on interfaces, which is... So I need to read this whole thing in order to get through one paragraph here. It's wild to me. Absolutely wild. And this could have been so much easier to approach if this had said something along the lines of, let's see, how would I have rewritten this? By default declaration for its members, these implementations are inherited by derived interfaces. I'm not sure I even know what that means. I need to read that a few times. And by classes that implement those interfaces. Okay, so yeah, to process this paragraph at all, you have to read the interfaces article. When you define a class, so let's just pretend this paragraph doesn't exist because I don't think it actually matters for learning this concept. When you define a class to derive from another class, derived class implicitly gains all the members of the base class. What does that mean? Except for its constructors and finalizers. Okay. Well, now I need to go look up constructors and finalizers. Which, you know, fair enough. Fair enough. That one, you are going to have to call out like this. You can't avoid that. Derived class reuses the code in the base class without having to re-implement it. Okay. This is actually a good description. This is actually the description I would have put way up here. Because this uses words other than inherit to define inheritance. So, inheritance is the concept that a class can be derived from another class, and the derived class reuses code that, and I would actually say code that is present within the base class. That's how I would have phrased it. Because then it communicates the idea, okay, I have a base class, there's code there, and if I inherit that into another class, then I get access to that code. Great. It took you 1, 2, 3.5 paragraphs to get to an actual definition of inheritance. And for reference, this is how documentation for a lot of fields is done. And it's wild. Because this isn't how humans learn. We learn by building on base knowledge. That's how all humans learn. You have some amount of knowledge, you are presented with something new, and it has to be presented, or at least when you try to store it in your brain, the brain needs something to relate it to. That explains why I struggle so much when people say read the docs. Yeah, the recommendation to, quote, read the docs is the most useless and garbage recommendation I hear from everybody. And that's why my recommendation to learning to program is never to read the docs. My suggestion on how to learn to program in any language, and this always works, and I've proved it myself doing this with many, many languages. I'm over 10 languages now learning this through this process, and it always works. Look up Hello World for the language you want to learn. Start there. Now, start just adding functionality that you want from Hello World as your base point. That's all you need to do. It works in every language. You will always get something useful out of it. And you will build an understanding organically rather than approaching from an article like this, that, as I've demonstrated, is absolute trash at teaching someone who's new to this. Documentation is often written by people who already know everything for people that already know everything, which, if that's the case, why are you writing it? Like, you're writing an article that explains things in a way that only people who already know the information can understand it. Get out of here. Same way with art, especially 3D. So, and I shouldn't say as generally that it's for people who already know everything. So this article would be very useful to a senior Java developer starting in C#. If you are a C# or a Java developer who is very familiar with object-oriented programming, this article will teach you how C# does object-oriented stuff. But if you are just starting out learning C# as your first language, you're sunk the moment you even look up this article. Alternatively, my process Hello World in C#. This code snippet is an entire program. Literally, the whole program is right here. Okay? And this program runs and functions. And what it'll do is on your console output, it'll print out the string Hello World with the punctuation there. Great. So what am I learning? By copying this, putting it into an IDE, and running it. Okay? I see there's something called a using. Well, I don't know what that is, but we can find out. Okay, so what is a using? What is using in C#? The using keyword has two major uses. The using statement defines a scope the end of which an object is disposed. Okay, don't know what any of that means. And the Microsoft documentation on this stuff is usually really bad. Stack Overflow, though, what is using? Oh, this is using the using keyword in a different context. This is actually a problem I have with C#. Some keywords can be used in different spots, and they kind of mean different things. It makes it hard to learn. You look at Blender tutorials, you'll get a brain aneurysm. I did. It's wild to me that there are tutorials on Blender that are supposed to be for like your first Blender project, and the person running the tutorial will use hotkeys for everything, which don't show up on the screen, and they don't tell you what hotkeys they're using. So you see a whole bunch of menus just flash, and it's like, okay, how'd you do all of that, buddy? Yeah, my point exactly. It's wild. So yeah, let's try to get some understanding here. So the way I would look at this is go, okay, there's using, but that's not really how it's being used in the code I'm looking at, right? Like that's not that. So we'd go down here and we'd see using that. Oh. The using directive creates an alias for a namespace or imports. Okay. Imports. If you've been in programming, you know what an import is. So you actually have a tie in here to understand something. And namespace, well, I've got to learn what that is anyway down here. So awesome. I understand what a using is now. And that's something that I can now apply to other places in code. Great. Awesome. There's that other using thing that I was seeing, but I don't need to learn that just yet. But I've learned this using. Okay. Then we look up namespace. Okay. So namespace is used for organizing our code. It groups code together. Great. Awesome. I learned that. Okay. I'm still... Remember, in this example, we're saying that I don't know how to program. Okay, what is a class? The documentation for class is okay. You can probably learn the basics of a class and the structure by going through that, but you should absolutely just start working on an example. Then you find all these other keywords and you just go word by word in this process to figure out what these things mean. Now you go, okay, I can run a single script in my main function. Great. Fantastic. I know enough to get some code to execute and do what I want. So like I could do some numbers, I could do some addition, subtraction, all that fun stuff. Now I want to make something a little more complicated. Okay. Then I can start asking those specific questions. Instead of trying to tackle, what is object-oriented programming? Okay, well that's not a useful approach to any sort of study. Start with small pieces. Learn those pieces and build on them. Eventually, when you've worked with a class, you'll get to the idea of objects and instances. And at some point, you'll see a phrase like, don't repeat yourself. And then you might look up, what are the best ways to not repeat yourself in object-oriented programming? At which point, you have a frame of reference. Because you're asking a specific targeted question, you already have a frame of reference for what you're trying to accomplish. And then by asking those questions to Google, you'll typically get a Stack Overflow or Stack Exchange post where someone is asking a similar question and you can get answers in the context of what you're trying to accomplish. Because most things in programming can be used for a billion different things. But if you try to receive the answer to all of those different use cases at once, you're not going to have context for how to use them. Because you can't, the brain doesn't work that way by just saying, okay, here's this abstract concept, and I'm going to attach all these other abstract concepts to it. It doesn't work. You'll probably get a brain aneurysm. Probably. But this, to me, has been the most successful way of teaching anyone anything. I've coached a lot of people through using this process, and they end up learning languages faster and more thoroughly by doing this. Now, by using this process, you are more likely to have specific gaps in knowledge. But if you're learning the language in 1/5 of the time, which is normally what I see with this process, that means you have 4 times as much extra time. Like, you only used 20% of the time of the other learner, so you've got 80% left to go learn the things that you missed. It's a very simple and effective process that caters to the way humans are evolved to learn. And you'll be less stressed doing it, indeed. And so that's why my suggestion is always start with Hello World, and then just start making the thing you want to make. And take it tiny piece by tiny piece. And if you're asking a question and you don't understand the answers you're getting to those questions, you've asked too big of a question. Break it down smaller. Well, thank you. I did develop it over many, many years of trying to teach people all kinds of different stuff. And it leverages the, what's the term? What's the word? The study of cognition. I can't think of what the word is. The study of cognition. Word. Oh, I guess they just call it cognitive science. I expected there to be some weird word like cognology, but there we go. So, cognitive science and cognitive psychology. Cognology? I like that word. It's a fun word. Anyway, it's based on what we know of human cognition. Gotta name a channel that? That's not a bad idea for the name of a channel. I don't know what you would do on such a channel, but it's pretty good. But yeah, you can apply this same process to anything. Learning languages is just the most relevant to me because I've had to learn so many languages. But by using this process, you've seen it a couple times on the channel actually, where I will start using a language I've never used before, and within 1 to 2 weeks, I have a working application in a language I've never used before. Because I'm not wasting my time trying to learn everything about a language. I'm just learning the things I need to learn when I need to learn them. And that means going forward, if there's anything new I need to learn in that language, I already have a basis to build off of. Like, this actually relates very much back to early childhood development. I'm just bringing in all the topics now, guys. Bear with me. So, when children are first learning to separate themselves from their parent, because at a very, very early stage, children are just joined to their parent, basically, right? You've seen this probably all the time where there's a little young kid that, especially in a new setting, they hide behind their parent, like just grabbing onto their parents' jeans or whatever and hiding behind them, right? You've seen that. What's going on there? Well, from the earliest stages, meaning like when the baby is able to crawl for the first time, what happens? Okay. The baby is at parent, right next to parent, and goes, okay, I'm going to be brave and venture a little bit out. And then I'm going to press my fear threshold there a little bit, and then go right back to parent. Okay. And then I'm processing, okay, well, I was able to safely venture 2 feet away from, let's say, mom. And the world didn't end. Fantastic. What if I try a little bit further next time? Okay, I'll try 4 feet out. Or maybe, this happens with some children with this type of growth, is they go, oh, I'll try 10 feet. And they try it too fast, and they scramble back to mom, and they cry. It's like, oh, this was a scary experience. I wasn't ready for this. And then the next time, the child goes, okay, well, let's just try 3 feet. Let's just try 4 feet. But notice, there's always that return back to mom or dad or whatever that is a point of security where the child can drop the stress levels from that fear experience and reprocess that information in a calm state and recontextualize it as, okay, that wasn't scary. Like, I was scared in the moment. And of course, a baby's not articulating this, but this is what's going on in the brain. This is the thought process. And this is how growth and development works in general. This is why exposure therapy is so helpful for people who have various traumas. Exposure therapy is the way to get past a trauma and deal with it, because you are learning. They obviously articulate it, genius babies. Indeed. It's the same exact process where the individual is choosing to step into an uncomfortable situation. They then retreat out of that uncomfortable situation and then process in a calm manner. That's so vital. And so in the example of the child, the mother or father acts as that safe point of contact to be able to reabsorb. Well, you need the same thing with anything you're learning as well, because this process is baked into every fiber of us. So when you're learning how to program, you need something you can retreat to, intellectually speaking, to give you a frame of reference and to process. I talk about this all the time when I'm approaching something new, and I say, I need to find a rock to hold on to. I need something that connects back to existing knowledge that I can branch off from. Because if I don't have that rock to cling to, then I don't have, like, I'm just treading water in a random direction. I've got an infinite ocean around me, and without a rock to get back to take a breather, and to orient myself, I have no way of knowing where I'm going, or even if I'm making progress. And so for me, and I think for most people, an effective rock is Hello World. Now, in order to get to the point of understanding Hello World, you do need to take some sort of time to learn what it means to execute code. And I recommend going with, just briefly, with a lower level language. Or even a scripting language. Something like just using a JavaScript, online JavaScript execution tool. Online JavaScript or compiler. So we see JavaScript here. We can write some stuffs. Start coding. Like, we've got an idea of code here, we can start executing some stuff. Once you understand, like, okay, I can do things like add numbers together and I can assign variables, that's when you're ready to probably jump into something like Hello World. You could start with something like Hello World in object-oriented language stuff, but having that lower level understanding can be helpful. But even here, I might want to say, okay, I want to print out a number. How do I do that? Well, I can go to Google, say, okay, C# how to print a number. How to print text and value of an integer in the same line of a console. Okay, someone gave me some example code. Great. I want to print out a number with it. Hey, you can. There are several options. Cool. I have options to work with. I could write it like this with something called concatenation. Don't know what that word really means, but they gave me this example line of code, so I can just copy that over and see what it does. And that's how you build this understanding. You ask very small questions to the internet. And like I said before, if you've asked a question and you're not understanding the answer, your question is too big. And learning how to ask smaller questions is a skill in and of itself. But there's my lecture for the day on learning and cognition. Hope you enjoyed. $11 out of 1. Awesome. All right, let's see. Dude, I would love to just be able to give classes on stuff like this. That would be a dream come true. In addition to being a, game studio, just being able to earn a living by teaching people this stuff. That's really good scores. Nice. Yeah, I enjoy teaching, and I've thought about the idea of becoming a teacher. The problem is there's so much bureaucracy with that stuff, and I don't feel like I could teach effectively in a classroom setting in modern day, especially with public schools, where you just have to teach toward a test. Well, people learn differently. Let's do online courses? Maybe. But, Zimius over here, I paid for that. Well, conveniently for you, there is a payment portal set up through Ko-fi, where you can donate to pay for these lessons. Yeah, but like, in all honesty, guys, I know that things are expensive, so if you can like just spread the word about my channel, that is massive. That helps me so much. Because a big part of becoming successful in your channel is just getting more eyes on it. That's not easy. Like, I've been trying to figure out how to advertise my streams, and there's just no good way to do it. Yeah, there isn't. Especially because I'm auto-banned from the most common place to advertise, which is Reddit. Like, for whatever reason, they don't like my domain name because they think dumbdumbmake.com is fake or something. So, yeah, like, several services now believe my email address is fake, and like, I've contacted a few of them and they've been like, oh, you're real. And they're like, okay, we'll unban you. Like, thank you. Reddit, on the other hand, did not. You probably hate it because it says dum-dum. You're not wrong. but I am adamant about using that name because I want to stress to anyone watching my content and learning along with me that feeling dumb is normal. Feeling like you're messing up, that you're bad at something, that you just aren't smart enough for stuff, that sensation, that feeling is extremely normal. And you should never get down on yourself for feeling like, you should never feel bad for not understanding something. Because as long as you're working toward understanding something, you're making progress. And that's the learning process. And there's so much content out there that's heavily curated that says, hey, this is how you do these things. It's super easy, super simple. It's like, don't do that. When you're explaining something to someone, don't just say, oh, this is super easy. Because that is the quickest way for someone to go through the thought process of, oh, this should be easy. Since it's not easy for me, I guess I'm just not good enough to do this. It's the biggest disservice that any content creator does to their audience. And I see it so much with technically minded developers when they're making content, and game developers when they're making content, trying to guide people how to do something. Guys, just because it's easy for you doesn't mean, and almost certainly is the opposite for people who are looking to your information to help them. Because if it were easy, they wouldn't be looking to you for help on it. Like, and it's wild to me that this happens because, like, these guides, the target audience is the people who don't understand. Otherwise, they wouldn't be coming to you. So why are you acting like this is an easy thing? Because it's not for them. And this isn't to say that there aren't going to be things that you'll learn more easily or less easily, but anyone who's teaching things always needs to keep in mind the motivation level and the morale of the people they're teaching. Because if you have a misstep and crush that morale, you've potentially just shut the door on that person becoming a game developer. You've potentially shut the door on that person becoming an artist. And just because they're having trouble with something that you don't have trouble with doesn't mean they won't eventually become great. And it's just so important to make sure those doors don't get shut on people who are early on in their learning of something. It's a big part of why I wanted to start this channel. Making sure that people understand that learning is a struggle, and don't shut yourself off because it's hard at any given point. Sorry. We branch into something that I care a lot about, so. Didn't mean to get all super serious on you guys. Is there anything else I wanted to mention there? I guess the other aspect of it that makes it more difficult, yes there is. One other aspect there is, with the curated content specifically, everything looks so streamlined and so perfect that it makes it look less approachable. And that's why I love doing the format I'm doing, where you guys see me mess up. You guys see the hours of getting it wrong. So, and it gives you some frame of reference of, I've been doing development for what? 12 years, 13 years? Like, I've been a developer for 12 or 13 years now. And even with all that experience under my belt, I'm spending hours and hours not getting things done, just messing stuff up, because that is normal. That is the aspect of development that you don't see on YouTube, that a lot of times you don't even see on Twitch. And it gives people this concept that, well, if I'm not progressing as smoothly as these curated YouTube videos, then I'm just not smart enough. So I wanted to mention that other aspect of how I think those videos are a disservice to people. And those videos to me serve a very clear purpose in the ecosystem of learning. And those type of curated videos, I believe, are there for people who already generally know what they're doing and need to learn some specific bit of knowledge. I don't think those are a good thing for people to reference if they're starting out. Let me check something because it's getting steamy in this room, and it's not just that I'm getting heated about this topic. So give me just a second. I want to go check my thermostats because I'm worried the AC might have died on me. You're a peck. Hello, friends. Sorry. I was actually back for like an extra minute before this and just completely forgot that I need to like change the screen. Hi, chat. Long story short, it was like 77 degrees in this room. So I fixed that with thermostat, and hopefully I'm not dying anymore. And for my friends overseas, that is Fahrenheit. I am not trying to boil water with my thermostat. You're in USA as well? Yep. But I know I've got a few people over in India that like to tune in every once in a while. At least one person from Germany. And where was that other person? I don't remember. They're gonna have to chime in and yell at me for forgetting them and their country. I'm sorry. I'm sorry! Okay. This is gonna have to be a little different structure. Of course, I knew Fancy Shadow is being used here. We need a new shader. The nice effect with shine? Yeah. That's a shade. Oh, wow. Just bit the heck out of my tongue. Ah. That is a shader that I grabbed off the internet. CC0. Very nice of them. Okay. New shader. It has some clear limitations where if you change the angle of the shine, it changes the thickness as well significantly. So I had to modify it a little bit, but all in all, it was pretty good. Simple shadow shader is what we're going to call this. Everything has limitations? Indeed. Do not need vertex code for this. And I believe I put everything I wanted into test 2. Yep. This is all I want for this. Arr. Now... Aha! How do you like them apples, chat? And I believe I got a potential problem. Well, and I'm pretty sure this is just 30 degrees. That looks about right. I want to shift it down just a little bit. Enabled, good. Let's see. Now only 2? Yeah, I don't pay too much attention to how many viewers I have at any given moment. I don't think it's all that useful. And if you stay too focused on it, it can be a really quick way to get discouraged. Yep. Yep. I think that's pretty good. Though I do have the wrong ratio on some of this stuff. Dude, so if you're worried about offending me or upsetting me by hyping up us having viewers, you will not. I appreciate the hype. Oh. Let's see how that looks. In theory, it should look a lot better. In theory. I think I want to animate them a little bit. Also, the angle feels off. Rotate. So rotating is not going to be an option for this. Because remember, these are 2D assets, so if I try to rotate it on the Z, it'll just like compress down to nothing and then extend the other way. I don't actually have 3D models here. Simulate rotating? How? How would one do that? You don't know? Yeah, so the way that's done is through sprite sheets. Like, I would have to make an animation for that, and I don't have that. I could try to make that, but my sprite work is very bad. Um, like this. Yeah, all of these, notice they are sprite sheets. And sure, if I had every frame, I could add that, but I don't think that's gonna work. So base, let's add animation layer. Pane and I'm gonna need to add a texture to this just so I can see what's happening. Copy it. What? That's not. That is not that. There we go. Nation. You try, but you can't do pixel art? That's fair. How can I do this in a general way? Maybe I can't. See something. Maybe I can. I'll try to make this general, but promise it. I guess one way I can test that. Copy. Maybe it will work. Here, offset, rate reset. What you doing? I'm gonna make it float a little bit. Too fast. Way too fast. That might be too fast as well. Okay. Then in the code, here's my ready. I don't have a ready. Garbage. Okay. Okay. Now, let's try it. Hello, Golem boy. Why are you not floating? Ah, here we go. Wait. Bounces is greater than 3. Ah, this is not the place to put this. Oops. Simple mistake. Now it should work. And I think I will lift it up off the ground a little bit more than it is now. What? Oh, it looks so good! I want them higher. Right, let's see. First, let's mess with the animation a bit. That I want it something like minus 12.5. This, let's go up to try 18. Ooh. That'll work. Okay, a little bit off the ground. The shadow movement doesn't feel quite right. Something's off. Oh, of course it's off because I haven't implemented that yet. So, what's happening here, since this shadow sprite has a skew, what's happening is my offset is being calculated. The amount of horizontal movement is being calculated twice. That's the issue. Oh, synced shadow. Okay. Sure. Calculate skew is equal to errant dot skew equal to 0. I think that's right. Let's test it. I just print that out. Crystal. Let's give a skew of 0 first. Save it, run it, and let's see what prints out. It should say false. Oh, wait, I did it wrong. Whoops. Whoops. Which, let's just make sure it should be fine, but let's just double check real quick. I'm still so happy with how the shadows have turned out for the sprites. Right, and it should have said false. Good. Okay. Put this skew backward. Ooh, that's not what I wanted. Got it. $30. And let's put a little documentation here. What does calculate skew? If skew is not already provided, right? Calculate it using global skew. Brains. Use global terrain skew to calculate the correct. Okay. Parent delta, we get just a difference. Great. Calculate a delta. That is parent delta y negative, great, times ratio times parent x. That's all correct. Good. If calculate skew. R delta. If we are supposed to calculate the skew, do that. Else, delta is equal to vector 2 0 delta dot y. Okay. Now, the shadow should look correct and not be moving way too far to the right. Sometimes it's nice to take a day just working on this easy stuff. How good do those crystals look? Kind of want them to be hovering just a little bit higher. Actually, quite a bit higher. Let's toy with that concept a little bit. Go 18. I don't love the curve it's following right now. I could write it in. Linear obviously looks wrong. It's wild to me, though, that it doesn't have a square interpolation. Feels a little better. Maybe I should just write it myself. Let's just see. Maybe when it's scaled down, it'll look fine. I am loving the fact that the way things initialize, the sync shadow just kind of works. Oh yeah, that looks fantastic. And because of the way there's some randomness in how they pop into existence, there's almost like a wave effect going on. Yeah, you can pick them up just fine. Yeah! I'm happy with that. And I think that might just be where I decide to call it today. I know we didn't make any progress on the golem, but I kind of wanted to take a step away from that for a day anyway. And work on just something simple. We've been breaking our brain for the past week and a half, basically. And it's nice to have a simple day. And since we've got a dirty commit here I've got to work on. Well, that's gonna be a something. I'll have to figure out how to handle that one in a nice way. But slime ball, I was happy with that stuff. Crystals, good. Don't even know what that is, but I'm sure it's great. Bond puddle, what happened there? Oh, new shader parameters. That's gonna hit a whole bunch of spots, isn't it? Don't really know what's going on there, but why not? Throw it in. Let's go. Fancy shadow? Great. Simple shadow? Fantastic. S2? Don't worry about that one. That's fine. Scratch, don't worry about it. Tile set to sprite, that can stay there. 32. Push it! There we go. I'll squash these at some point. Don't feel like doing that today. And let's finish up with killing some monsters. Actually, oh god! Why is he so tanky? And why is he throwing explosives? Oh, oh god. The pets are doing work, that's good. Just keep running. Oh, he ran away.
That skill's not ready.
Yes, it is. Moneybags Martin? Hello, Martin. You know, without context for what was said at what times, the chat log right now just says, it does look better, a lot better. Be right back, and then Still Needs Work just cheers for Zimius being gone. I find that amusing anyway. Maybe I'm the only one. And this, friends, is just a small example of why context is paramount. Oh dear. Yeah, there's so many people I've heard say that, well, the context just doesn't matter, and I'm like, and I don't like to come to conclusions like this because I feel like it is a disservice to most people, but the only conclusion I could come to based on that was, okay, so you have the same understanding of language as like a 2-year-old. Because I cannot think of any instance in language where context doesn't matter. Like, it's just so obvious that it does matter. And even when we're talking about, like, this is typically stated that context doesn't matter when we're talking about, like, offensive speech and whatnot. But take just a basic example of, especially too in foreign languages. Oh, absolutely. Like, English has less contextual stuff than most languages, in my experience anyway. But even in English, you've got things like the word class. What do you mean? Oh, you said the word class. Okay. What is... Oh, I forgot to activate the Ruined Stone. Well, it depends on what we're talking about. No, context doesn't matter. Well, but literally without context, I cannot know which of the different definitions you're referring to in this case. And people will say, okay, but what about words that only have one definition? Right? Well, I have a really good friend. Even the statement you just said, where you mentioned rune, it's true. So I have a really good friend where, sometimes I will call him total a-hole. Am I actually calling him an a-hole? Of course not. Because the context is, he's my friend, and he knows that I'm not actually calling him that. And this bizarre concept that people have come up with that context doesn't matter, you've missed the entire basis of language in coming to that, and like, you can only get to that conclusion by ignoring language and historical development of language. And some people will say things along the lines of, well, we should... Like, there's this idea that there's some virtue that children possess that adults don't, and we should look to their understanding of things. Like, no one believes that's true for anything other than the thing they're currently arguing for. Like, no one goes, oh yeah, we should definitely look to a child's understanding of science. We should look to a child's understanding of math. Okay? We should look to a child's understanding of how to run the economy. I mean, there are people that say that we should, but I don't think many people agree with that idea. Okay, so why should we look to a child's understanding of morality? Why is morality something that isn't also learned as you develop? Which, of course, anyone who's studied morality, especially in a historical context, knows, yeah, morality is a technology. Just like any other. Like social developments for societies. That's a technology. And it's come up many times in history where, especially for political purposes, people will try to prop up children and the ideas of children as if though it's somehow morally superior. And it's clearly just a tactic. You ever get urges to play random games? Yes. Last night I booted up Phantasy Star Online 2 Classic. Just out of the blue. Haven't played that in a year. It is one of my favorite MMOs. But I realized immediately when I logged in why I haven't logged in a long time. I'm max level. And I have almost maxed out gear for my class. My main, anyway. What's your next favorite MMO? That is a difficult question. I think it depends on my mood. Like, I don't think I can just give a blanket statement.
I can't carry anymore.
Why can't you carry anymore? Garbage! Do Do I have a town portal? I do, right? Gotta be a town portal in this game. Yes? There it is. L. Man, the choice of buttons on some of this stuff. You love how much Grim Dawn is a knockoff of Diablo? I don't agree. Not at all. Unless you just want to say all things that are action RPGs are ripoffs of Diablo. But I don't think that's the case. Oh, already done with that quest. There you are. Yeah, that's fine to get rid of. Corn. Nothing for my pets. Nothing for pets. +2 projectiles to Phantom Blades. Ooh, I should actually hold on to that in case I ever want to use it on another character. Then again, I'm probably never making another character in this game if I'm real. If I'm being honest. So it's fine to ditch. +2 to all skills in Nightblade. Don't even know if I'm doing Nightblade. Boop. Boop. And equip that. Oh, this is just a worse version of that. Okay. Belt, nothing for pets. Oh, Maven. Don't care. A lightning orb. That one might be interesting to try. Blast. Not as good as my other one, though. Okay. Boop. And that's good enough for now.
Iron well spent.
A lot of aspects are mainly because Diablo revolutionized that genre, but yes, they are not even close to the exact same thing. I do like how they didn't go with the same style UI for the resources as Diablo. Health orb pool. I'm not even sure Diablo 2 started that. First off. Let's see. So Diablo 1 had that sort of UI. Okay. Did anything predate Diablo 1 that had that UI? Diablo 1 release. '97. Okay. 90s action RPGs. Any of these fall into that category? Let's try Terranigma. Yeah, I believe I know what the health looked like in these games. Yeah, they're not using an orb. They used, oh, this one you actually have a number. In Illusions of Gaia, you had blue dots. Ultima Underworld might have had something similar. Wait. Final Fantasy VIII came out just shortly after Diablo 1? That just seems crazy to me. Curious if anything else had that ball of health visual. The health orb pool, pretty sure, was with Diablo 1. Oh! Not if you count this! Because I do recall back in the day using flasks to represent health and mana was a thing. And I would argue, at most, it's a slight evolution on that. Very slight. When was that made? That was like 94? 92. There you go. 5 years prior, I think, right? Is that an ARPG? Depends on how you define ARPG. Was it in real time? Does that change the point, though? The idea that you put forward is that Diablo 1 started the idea of representing health that way. And, I mean, the general point is that very little is truly new. And at this stage in video game development, probably next to nothing is truly new. Because, and like, it's almost a useless distinction to say that nothing's new, because this literally applies to everything. If you say that if it was developed based on something previously, then it's not truly new. Well, okay, then there has never been anything new by that logic. And I don't know that that's a useful distinction to make. And so I think there's a sort of what would I call it? A subjective degree at which it becomes new, where we should consider it to be a new thing.
So bourbon's
Based on how much of a change it is from the previous thing, I guess.
Isn't it obvious? Isn't it obvious? What kind of milksop did bourbon say? Isn't it obvious? Devil's Crossing maybe.
Well, I'm not allowed to end it peacefully with him. Very sad. Ah! Help! Wasn't Diablo 1 supposed to be turn-based, and then midway through they made it an ARPG or something? I know almost nothing about the development history of Diablo 1. Actually, I know almost nothing about any of the Diablos in terms of their development history. but a lot of people will have attributed Diablo 1 to being the first action RPG, and no, it is potentially the first to be a isometric action RPG. Legend of Zelda predates. I don't know if I consider Legend of Zelda in general to be action RPG. I have to think on that. Guys, can you do more damage now? Be great. 'Cause I have no mana. Oh, now I have mana.
I can't do that yet.
So, the one game I would say is absolutely an action RPG, and you're gonna hate that this is a valid example, and I'm almost certain it predates Diablo 1, is Legend of Zelda 2 Adventures of Link. Like, that has a point by level up system. It's active combat. You're adventuring around and gaining new abilities, leveling up. Like, as much as I hate to admit it, I think that might be the quintessential example of the first action RPG. If you don't count the original Legend of Zelda, which I'm not sure I would count that. Because I think that game firmly sits in and defines the action-adventure genre. Labyrinth keeps this for yourself. I'll keep some crystal for myself, sure. Why not? Let's see. I think when people say Diablo is the first ARPG, I think they mean the first modern ARPG. Okay, what does that mean? Like, that's a whole lot of words and a whole lot of definitions that are not clear. So, when did Gauntlet Legends come out? So that, I believe, was much later, but I'll check. '89. So shortly after, very shortly after, Diablo 1. Predecessor to Diablo 1. You could include the arcade game Gauntlet as part of that discussion, which I think is a fair thing to connect to. Hexen was a great game? I don't think I know that game. I assume that was a bit like Diablo. Oh yeah, it's the magic, or not Diablo, but Doom. It's the magic Doom game. Or Doom with magic if you prefer. I have definitely missed an area in the top. Where does this go? Oh dear. Oh no. I don't think I should be here yet. Oh, but there is a waypoint, so we're good. Waypoints make everything better. Thank you, waypoint. You're my hero. I seem to have maybe missed something up there as well. What? Wait, I can't go back? Garbage! Oh well, I have this. Which is very, very handy. And it's actually right where I need to be, just about. I always prefer the more medieval games. Sci-fi just seems silly to me, probably because, similar to what we said a couple days ago, how knowing physics and string theory kind of ruins sci-fi. I would say it ruins bad sci-fi. I think it probably can enhance your understanding and enjoyment of good sci-fi. Example, there are several episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation that I would classify as good sci-fi, where they use good, solid science. Even if it's a little outdated, it's still solid science for the time. And a lot of it held true even until pretty recently. And then you've got bad sci-fi with things like modern Star Wars, where nonsensical things are said, like they can't tell which way is up. Why? Why would any human write that? Oh no, please. No, we have to go there. Woohoo! Stay away! No. Stay away. There we go. Your ears are bleeding? I'm sorry, but it had to happen. We had to bring that up. Because it's such an obvious example of terrible sci-fi. And there's gonna be people saying the whole defense of Star Wars that, why are you taking it so seriously? It's a movie about space wizards for children. Like, okay, well, apparently you believe that children should not be given thought-provoking and intelligent material. I don't know why anyone would think that, but that's an idea. You know what? I'm just gonna let the pets handle this. This guy's awful with how fast he is. Here, go big pet. Ah! And again, terrible medieval is just as bad. Hmm. I'm not sure I agree. Because I think they function differently in how people consume the media. The problem I have with medieval games is the armor they use and what they classify armor as is so wrong. A lot more believable than sci-fi though. So there's two factors here. There's one, because people understand, like, on a global scale, people understand information from medieval times a lot better than they understand science. And that has two effects. One, there's only so much you can get away with. Because, like, people understand, generally speaking, how something like a sword functions. So if you're trying to be realistic, people know what to expect, and you can't get away with as much. Then there's instances where you're not trying to be realistic, and people will let you get away with it because you're not trying to lie to them. Whereas with sci-fi, it feels like, to me, like if you misrepresent the science in certain ways, it feels like you're lying to your audience and potentially insulting their intelligence. Like, and I haven't put enough thought into really defining what the functional difference there is and how you identify that. Like, I'd have to really think on this idea. Yeah, that's why I hate sci-fi. It's certainly why I have a problem with a lot of sci-fi. I don't like movies insulting my intelligence. And I also don't like movies insulting other people's intelligence, particularly when they don't even know their intelligence is being insulted. That's one of my, like, if you want to upset me and get me really angry, insult people in a way that they aren't even able to understand that they've been insulted. You do that, you're gonna tick me off instantly. Because it's not just that you're insulting their intelligence, it's that you're insulting their intelligence in multiple layers in your statement by making sure you framed it in such a way that they're not even aware they've been insulted. That, to me, that is a next level of sinister when someone does that. And sci-fi is an area where I feel like that gets done intentionally or unintentionally all the time. And I'm willing to accept that a lot of times it's probably unintentional. But I don't know that saves it a little bit. But not enough. Like, I'm willing to say that the people doing it unintentionally, you're not evil, but you are potentially some moral variety of criminally negligent. Like, obviously I'm not talking actual criminal negligence there, but like, if there was a moral version of criminal negligence, I think you might be there. And I know that's a weird thing to try and phrase and frame, but there you go. And one aspect of good sci-fi that I think is massively valuable is its ability to teach. Like, there is so much correct information in science and literature and history that I learned from video games, in fictional video games. And if you can write an equally interesting story, like if your story can be told while adding in correct information as opposed to incorrect information, why wouldn't, and assuming it's not a massive amount of extra work, why wouldn't you want to do that? One great example of that is a couple of the Assassin's Creed games, where the research they put into accurate history was so good that their software was repurposed for teaching college level courses. That's amazing and wonderful, and more people should try to do stuff like that. And, I mean, as we all know, Ubisoft kind of gave up on that level of academic rigor. Like, the moment you start saying that it's alternate fictional history, what's the actual term for that? I can't think of what the word is, but y'all know what I'm trying to indicate. The moment you say, because it's that, it doesn't need any historical accuracy, I think you've lost the plot on that. I think you've completely lost what it means to make historical fiction. Historical fiction, that's the word. There we go. Ubisoft is just predatory with a cash shop and a single-player game with 3 different currencies. I've been trying to gather knowledge so I can do something similar in your game. It's with biology and anatomy. Fair enough. What is happening? Why aren't they dead? Why are they healing? Okay, something is healing them, and I want that thing gone. There we go. Hello. And then they lost me with the whole cozy features in an Assassin's game. Yeah. But that's a whole... So the cozy features is a whole separate discussion. That's like a discussion of tone in your game and tonal consistency. Ooh. Oh dear. Okay, let's get these guys activated. Hello. Who are you? Oh. Quest? Quest! Slay people. So, did that just like activate the whole graveyard? Alright. Let's go wipe out a graveyard. Free XP? Indeed! Like, there's a story going on, and I just could not care less. I want to level up and get bigger boom. Woo, that's a little too damaging over there. Oh god, god. No, no, no. Stop, stop dying. What happened? Yeah, you're not allowed to say that word. They also have a resource collecting aspect, which I think hurts gameplay in the case of an assassin. An assassin set up to unalive specific people normally. With the gameplay, you unalive villagers to steal a bunch of resources. Also, I find it funny that the way Twitch is set up right now, you can say unalive villagers, but you cannot say the phrase specifically unalive specific people. Which is literally the verbiage you would use to describe the thing you're not supposed to say. Not actually saying the thing you're not supposed to say. All of it's dum-dum? You're not wrong. But, I don't know. Comparing dum-dum to that, I feel like you're insulting the name dum-dum. Like, dum-dum is supposed to represent people at least trying to learn. Whereas I feel like that is not at all. Oh my goodness. Healers, get out of here. It's all very silly. I agree. It's like someone flipped a switch at one point and said, all of that stuff that we've developed as a society and grown in our nuanced understanding of this, that, and the other, we're just going to throw all of that out. Just don't forget about it. We're gonna take everything back to just surface level, no thinking, no nuance, no intelligence, just blah. You said the word, therefore you bad. Not to mention also the infantilization aspect of it, where these words are not allowed to be said because they could harm the psyche of children that are over the age of 13. Oh my, that's like super poison. What the heck? That's society for you? And somehow unalive is better? Exactly. It's not a matter of unalive is better, though. I don't think anyone believes the term unalive is better. It's a matter of getting through the censor bots. That's it. And at some point, the censor bots will be updated to include that word, and then we'll come up with a new word. It's really that simple. I need to get back here to these healers. There we go. Better. That was quite the issue with that many healers stacked up. Remember, in every RPG, healers are most important? You're not entirely wrong. The one caveat I'll say is healers don't do a whole lot if they're not paired with something that can do damage as well. Try playing through Final Fantasy 1 with only a white mage, and just see how well that goes. I just... Yeah, no, so you can use the... On Twitch, you can use the actual word for unalive. I'm changing the word for YouTube purposes. But on Twitch, you can use that word. You just can't say, quote, unalive specific people. Like, that phrase of 3 words, that's what's not allowed. Which is just bizarre to me. That triggers you? As it should. As it 100% should. Oh, the silly, silly world we live in now. In some circles, there's becoming pushback on this stuff more and more. I don't know how you actually reverse things, though, because I'm not sure how you could wrest power away from organizations like Google. Like, I'm really not sure how you would do that. At least not without throwing out the US Constitution. Yeah. Make another platform, I guess? You can't. Because of legislation that's been passed, you can no longer make alternative platforms without paying money to either Facebook or Google. Yep. Any platform that has... I believe it's 10,000 interactions per month, must use certain software for automatically filtering certain posts. Basically, stuff like Facebook and Google's software for removing posts. And if you don't, you get shut down by the US government. Now, for anyone who actually knows the specifics of that law, I don't recall all of the specifics, so I've probably got little bits wrong. But the gist is, if you want to make a new Facebook, unless you want to recreate everything Facebook has for their moderation software prior to launch, you must pay Facebook money in order to compete with Facebook. Kind of antitrust? That's not antitrust. That is called crony capitalism. And that is a word that more people should learn. Crony capitalism is where government collaborates, let's say, to put a nice word on it, collaborates with private companies in order to prevent competition within the market. And typically there's all kinds of bribes and kickbacks that happen as a result of that. Like, that's the trade-off, and why politicians would be willing to do such a thing, typically speaking. Yeah, no, crony capitalism is real nasty. One of the worst forms an economy can take, because it's just corruption all the way up and down. Really anti-competitive practices? You're not wrong. And what's frustrating is talking with people and discussing, trying to discuss capitalism as a concept, and it is perpetually conflated with crony capitalism, which is just not the same thing. They are not supposed to be able to do that because of monopolistic building. The problem with your logic there is the people building the monopoly are the federal government in this case. And there is absolutely nothing to say that the government can't monopolize power within an industry. In fact, it is specifically designed to do so in many cases for good reason. So, for example, the military. The military is an industry. We don't often think of it that way, but it is certainly an industry. We just have a single entity that monopolizes all power within that industry, the government. Yeah, definitions are becoming more and more blurred. This is why I spend so much time with you guys talking about definitions and helping you guys frame your questions in such a way with very clear definitions of things so we know what we're talking about. Oh god. A lot of damage. You hate how blurred stuff is becoming? I'm with you, my dude. But the government should not be allowed to violate competitive practices in regards to private companies. I would probably... So, as a blanket statement, I don't know that I agree. These are things that before I would say anything about, I'd want to put a lot of thought into. And just as a general rule, sweeping statements are made way too easily. You always want to take time to think, how likely am I, with my ideas, to make the situation worse than it already is? Because pro tip, your ability to make things worse far surpasses your ability to make things better. And that's true of everyone. And that's why you should, and this is what we talked about the other day, about approaching things from a stance of humility. It's so easy to say, oh, I have the answers to this. Let me see if I can think of a good example from a recent discussion I had with someone. No, I'm not remembering that discussion, unfortunately. Well, we can just use this example. Okay. We want the government to not be able to intercede in and create anti-competitive legislation. Well, first off, the term anti-competitive legislation, that's not a clearly defined thing. What is anti-competitive and what is not? This is actually why at the beginning of basically every bit of legislation, and at this point I think it's literally every bit of legislation, you have a section of the law that just defines what words mean. Now, a lot of them don't do a very good job of that, but the goal there is to outline exactly what words mean so there isn't confusion. But like I said, a lot of law doesn't do a very good job of that. And what you'd want to look at with your example of preventing the government from interceding on creating anti-competitive practices, well, could it maybe prevent the government from interceding when companies are being actively harmful to the public? For example, waste disposal is a good example, I think, where the government has put into place a whole bunch of regulations about how companies are and are not allowed to dispose of certain waste products. Well, that is certainly anti-competitive. Like, those regulations make it harder for smaller companies to compete with bigger companies. It just does. Does that mean we shouldn't regulate how waste is disposed of? Probably not. I'm not going to say definitely not, but there probably needs to be some oversight on that so companies aren't literally dumping toxic waste into your front yard. And this is just one example of how it is so easy to say a blanket statement like that that sounds good in the context, the context of what we were talking about. But the moment you change that context, suddenly there's some serious unintended consequences. And another thing to remember about legislation specifically, and regulation being just one form of legislation, is whatever laws are enacted are applied typically regardless of context. And even in the case of laws that have been people have tried to write laws that say, oh, this only applies in this specific context, inevitably 30, 40 years down the line, there is a court ruling that says, but it should really apply in this case. And so even if the people writing the law said, no, it only applies in this specific instance, in this context, the law still gets expanded. Which is frustrating, but that's the reality. And no, I do not have a specific example of that on hand, but I can almost guarantee you will not have trouble looking through the history on that and finding examples. Okay, these healers are... Urgh. Well, I'm now respected with rovers, so that's fun. Oh god. No, 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 don't die. Don't die. No, 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 stop it. No! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Woo! Okay, who is healing them, and how do I get rid of them? Got him. Okay, healers be gone. Holy cow. This area is really set up to have these units take advantage of each other. And their positioning and like all that. Really set up well to be challenging. This is good. The game so far, up until now, has been very, very easy, so it's kind of neat. And the fact that I have enough AoE to still kill targets while there are healers is great. Really well done. I approve. Undercity exit. Well, let's check the exit. That's not the right way. Also, the wolf's howl sounds nothing like a wolf howl. Just throwing that out there. Okay, where am I? Okay, waypoint. Beautiful. Which means I don't have to continue in that direction. Yeah, the reason I want to get to certain mile markers is otherwise I have to run through all these areas again with them filled with enemies. It's actually why in most action RPGs I prefer, or I should say isometric action RPGs like this one, I prefer having very linear area progression. Because it means I can within a reasonable amount of time, get to a new checkpoint and not have to worry about enemies respawning. Whereas with these maps sprawling out a lot more, it takes a long time to get to that point, relatively speaking. At least there's no... Oh, there's a healer. I see you. I see you, healer. Go away. Ew. They have a healer going? Oh, doesn't look like.
I can't do that.
Yeah, we're okay. See, this is something that games like this could learn from the Souls games. Let me open this up as a shortcut going back. This would be great. Okay, we have cleared the area. Please tell me that there's a waypoint out here as well, so I can just stop. Uh-oh. That does not look like a waypoint. In fact, this looks like quite the opposite of a waypoint. This looks like a whole new sprawling area. And pesky healers. Bird is the only thing consistently doing work now. It's not great. Hey, we found the new quest objective. And now he's chasing me and I'm scared. Yeah. That's probably bad for my health. And I need more damage. 'Cause this is not working. Alright, let's see if I can actually get to the quest objective NPC over there. Or maybe I beat him. I don't know. Okay, there's some damage. That's fun. Let's see. Leaving an action to Dreeg causes enemy attacks on the occultist to impact as though they were striking a quilled skin. That gives me retaliation. Okay, could get a little more damage out of that guy. Rationing. Ooh. Flame. What's this? Ooh, word. Power that robs enemies, making it slow and fragile. Physical and bleeding resistance down. Reduce all of their other resistance. That could be used. That's probably worth getting. Giving all of my pets retaliation, probably worth it. Okay. What else do we have up here? Tapping life force and causing them to bleed. It's one of the infinite eyes of Dreeg. Great guardians of the realm. The eye quickly speeds toward the target and then detonates itself. That's just a projectile. Not what I'm looking for. Burn enemies with entropic energy. Create a cold sigil on the ground that consumes life force of enemies caught within its power, returning portion. Oh, not what I'm looking for. I think I want to just stack this. I think I just want to put tons of stats into the crows. Sure, let's do it. You know what? That seems pretty decent. It's worth noting that was only 2 points, so. Also, it does double duty as a skill because it also increases basic attack damage while giving me that big lightning damage. Oh, the Rovers love me now. I wasn't even trying to make them happy. this way, I think. Oh, I guess I could have gone this way? No, could not have gone that way. Ooh. That damage. I definitely need some skill points into the wolf, just so he has enough health to tank a little bit. Righto. Nothing. We should be at a checkpoint soon, I would. This has been a big area. That hurt.
Can't do that yet.
I always forget that the big guy is mine when I summon him. Welcome back. Okay. That's the end of the area, right, game? We're done. I can stop playing now because I won't lose progress if I stop, right? This was supposed to be a chill, short stream today. And the game said no. This may be the reason that I've deprioritized this game for breaks. Fantastic. It's fine. We're out. We're out. We're out. Oh no. We're not out. Chat, we're not out. But we are dead. And you know what? I'm okay stopping there. That's a good enough spot. Am I losing some progress?
Well,
Yep.
if the world's a little safer today with that monster.
Do I care? Nope.
Now that we're not.
Let's see. Do I have any other quests to turn in real quick? But next time, if we've got people in chat for voting on stuff,
How goes the journey? West out of that old.
I want to try and start a playthrough of Fairy. And there are decisions to make for building the character at the start, because I want to show off an example of a very low budget game that did a lot with very few people and potentially not a whole lot of talent. I think for the amount of investment, the game is fantastic. But I want to stress, for the investment, not in general. What was that? Ooh. 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 And it has movement speed? Oh my goodness. You are my favorite boots. Okay. That'll do. Can I consume those? Yes. There. Okie dokie. Just a second, guys. Double check some stuff. Also just increases damage. How does this help? On health. So, like 5% more health per point. Not a lot. Something to think about another time. Alright. So... Fancy Shadow Shader. Abandoned. Abaddon? Abandoned! Goodbye! Fix up Crystal Base. We did that! Huzzah! Shader for Emperor's Fun. Okay. This is definitely a good chunk of work to get done this week. We might be able to bring something else in, but I don't want to even attempt to promise that. Yeah, that's... Probably not. I'm gonna add a new list. As just... And if I recall correctly, there has not been any news since the 4.4 release, right? Yeah. Oh, we didn't actually look into that because that came after the 1st of March. So we will still do that this month. Okay. Let me just keep that here. And that'll do it for today's stream. Everybody, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please check out my Ko-fi page, link down below in the description. There, you can help support the channel. If you do, you'll get access to some dev tools I've made for you guys, and roles in the Discord. Above all, though, hope y'all have a fantastic day. Take care, everyone.